It is late now. The house has gone quiet around you, the way it does when the day has finally let go of everyone else in it. The last car has passed on the street outside. The rooms have cooled. Your body is heavy against the bed, tired in the honest way, the kind of tired that should have carried you under an hour ago. But you are still here, and so is the question. You know the one. It may not have a shape you could say out loud. Sometimes it is a name, a person whose next move you cannot predict. Sometimes it is a result you are waiting for, a test, a decision, a letter that has not come. Sometimes it is larger and vaguer than any of those, a low, steady, needing to know how a certain part of your life is going to turn out, whether it will be all right, whether you have chosen well. During the day, the needing hides behind the tasks. At night, the tasks stop and it steps forward. Tonight, we are going to sit with a man who understood this exact hour better than almost anyone who ever wrote. His name was Rainer Maria Rilke. He was a poet born in Prague in 1875, and he spent his whole life learning one difficult thing, which is how to live near a question you cannot yet answer without letting it tear you apart. He did not solve the questions. That was never his claim. He learned slowly to stop demanding that they be solved before he was allowed to rest. And that turns out to be the thing you actually need at this hour, not the answer, but permission to be at peace without it. Let your body settle into the bed while I tell you a little about him. You do not need to hold on to every word. Some of this will reach you while you are still listening, and some of it will reach you after you have already drifted off, which is the better outcome anyway. Here is the thing about the needing to know. It feels like it is protecting you. That is its trick. The mind tells you that if you can just think it through one more time, turn it over from one more angle, run the conversation once more, you will finally have it pinned down, and then you can relax. So you try, and you almost have it, and then it slips, and you begin again. The mind is not really solving anything at this hour. It is pacing. It is walking back and forth in front of a locked door and calling the pacing progress. Rilke saw that pacing very clearly, and he even wrote about an animal that does exactly this, an animal we will come back to before the night is over. For now, only notice, without any judgment, that this is what the mind does. It wants the answer so badly that it will not sit down, and the wanting keeps you awake far more reliably than the not knowing ever could. Notice your breath for a moment. You do not need to change it. Just notice that it is moving on its own, the way it has every night of your life, without you managing it or deciding when. There is a kind of relief that has nothing to do with getting the answer. It comes from a different direction entirely. It comes from loosening the grip, from letting the question be a question a little while longer, from trusting that you do not have to resolve your whole life before morning in order to be safe in your bed tonight. Rilke spent decades finding his way to that relief, and he left behind in his letters and his poems something like a map. Tonight, we are going to walk it together slowly in the dark. For now, only this: the morning is not here yet. Whatever you are waiting to know has not arrived. and it will not arrive tonight. In this room where you are warm and nothing is actually happening. There is only the weight of your body and your breath moving on its own, and the voice of a quiet man telling you that you are allowed to not know and still rest. Let your shoulders drop. We are only beginning. Chapter 2. The Animal Behind the Bars. Let me tell you about the animal, since it is the picture Rilke gave us for the very thing your mind is doing tonight, and since we will keep returning to it as the hours go on. In the early 1900s, when Rilke was a young man living in Paris, he used to walk in a large public garden called the Jardin des Plantes, where there was a menagerie, a small zoo, and in one of the cages there was a panther. Rilke stood in front of that cage for a long time, more than once, and watched the great cat move. And then he wrote a short poem about it, one of the most famous he ever made, called simply The Panther. The poem does not describe a fierce animal. It describes a tired one. The panther paces behind the bars, back and forth, turning in a ring so small that Rilke said it was like a dance of strength around a centre in which a great will stands numbed. The cat has walked past the bars so many thousands of times that, in the poem, its eyes have grown weary of them. It is as if there were 1,000 bars, Rilke wrote, and behind the 1,000 bars, no world. Sit with that image for a moment, gently, because it is going to matter. A powerful creature, made for open country, reduced to a ring 3 paces wide, not because it is weak, because of the bars. Now, here is why I am telling you this at the start of a long night. The panther is not only a panther. When you lie awake, circling the same worry, running the same question past yourself for the 100th time, you are doing what the panther does. You are pacing a ring 3 thoughts wide, back and forth, in front of the thing you cannot resolve. And the more times you pass the bars, the more the bars become the whole world. The question stops being one part of a wide life and becomes, for that hour, the only thing there is. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is nothing you need to solve before morning. The cruelty of the panther's cage is that the animal cannot see a way out, so it keeps testing the same edge. And the strange mercy hidden in Rilke's poem, the thing we will come back to much later when you are closer to sleep, is that the bars in your case are not made of iron. They are made of a demand. The demand that you know, now, tonight, how it all comes out. Loosen that demand even slightly, and the ring gets wider. The bars begin to thin. We are going to spend the night loosening it. But not yet. For now, we only need to recognize the pacing for what it is. Not thinking, not problem-solving, not the responsible adult finally getting to the bottom of things. Pacing. A great will, standing numbed at the center, mistaking movement for freedom. Rilke understood this animal because he had been it. He knew what it was to circle a thing you cannot have and call the circling a life. He spent years learning how to stop, and the learning is what he left for us. Let your jaw soften. Notice. If you have been holding it, let it hang loose. Hold the panther gently in your mind as we go on, because we are going to leave it now and come back to it near the end, and when we come back, something about the bars will have changed. For now, just let the animal lie down. It is tired. It has paced enough. So have you. The cage is quieter when no one is pacing. Chapter 3. A boy who was sent away. To understand how Rilke learned his patience, it helps to know that he did not start with any. He started as an anxious, watchful child, and the world he was handed did not make him calm, it made him afraid. What he found later, he had to build from very little on purpose. He was born in Prague in December of 1875, in what was then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. His parents' marriage was unhappy, and it did not last. His mother was a grieving woman. Before Rilke was born, she had lost an infant daughter, and in his early years she sometimes dressed the boy in girl's clothes and called him by a girl's name, as if to keep the lost child alive through him. Whatever else that did, it taught a small boy very early that who he was, plainly and simply, might not be enough, that he might need to be someone else to be loved. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. You do not need to do anything with this. Just let it be told. Then came the harder thing. His father, who had wanted a military life for himself and never quite reached it, decided his sensitive son would have the career instead. So at 10 years old, Rilke was sent away to a military boarding school and later to a second one. Picture that boy, small for his age, dreamy, easily hurt, already writing little verses in his head, marched into a world of drills and cold dormitories and older boys who knew exactly how to find the soft place in a person and press on it. He was miserable. He was ill often, which may have been his body's way of getting him out. Eventually he left the military track entirely, his health broken and his spirit bruised, but carrying something the Academy never managed to kill, which was the conviction that his real life was happening on the inside, in the watching and the writing, and that no institution could reach it there. I tell you this not to dwell on a childhood, but because it explains the whole shape of what came after. Rilke spent his adult life turning that early helplessness into a discipline. As a boy, he had been at the mercy of forces he could not control, sent here, dressed so, marched there, with no answers to any of the questions that mattered most, such as whether he was safe, whether he was loved, whether he would ever get to be himself. He could not resolve any of it. He was too small, and the world was too large. So he did the only thing a powerless child can do. He learned to live inside the unresolved. He learned to make a home there. Let your shoulders drop a little further into the bed. That is a strange skill to carry out of a hard childhood, and most people carry the opposite one. Most people who grew up unable to control the important things spend the rest of their lives desperately trying to control everything, to nail every answer down, to never be caught not knowing again. You may recognize that in yourself a little. The needing to know that keeps you up may have very old roots in some early season when not knowing truly was dangerous, when the ground truly could shift under you without warning. But you are not that small anymore. That is the quiet fact the night obscures. The helplessness you are bracing against is mostly a memory wearing tonight's clothes. The thing you cannot resolve right now is real, but you are no longer a child in a cold dormitory with no power and nowhere to go. You are a grown person, safe in a warm bed, and you are allowed to let a question stay open without it meaning the ground is about to give way. Rilke learned that. Not quickly, and not all at once. But he learnt it well enough to teach it, and the first person he ever taught it to was a young man almost exactly the age he had been in that military school, a young man who wrote him a letter out of the blue. We turn to that letter now. The boy who was sent away grew up to be the one who wrote back. Chapter 4. The Letter from a Young Soldier. In the autumn of 1902, a young man of 19 sat in a military academy in Austria, unhappy in almost exactly the way Rilke had once been unhappy, and did something that would quietly outlast everyone involved. He wrote a letter to a poet. His name was Franz Xaver Capus. He was a cadet training for the army, and he was not at all sure he wanted the army. What he wanted, secretly, was to write. And by chance he had learned that a real poet, Rainer Maria Rilke, had once walked the halls of that very same military school years before, had been just as out of place there as Capus felt now. That coincidence gave the young man courage. He gathered up some of his own poems, enclosed them with a letter, and sent the whole nervous bundle off to Rilke with a simple request. Read these. Tell me if they are any good. Tell me whether I have it in me to be a poet. You can feel the weight in that request, even now. It is not really a question about poems. It is a young person standing at a crossroads, frightened, holding out his most private work to a stranger and asking, in effect, "Please look at me and tell me who I am and what I should do with my life. Please give me the answer so I do not have to carry the not knowing anymore." Let your breath move on its own for a moment. Notice you do not have to manage it. Rilke was only 27 himself at the time, not much older than the boy writing to him, and not yet the famous man he would become. But he recognized the letter. He recognized it the way you recognize your own handwriting. He had been that cadet. He had held out his own soul and begged someone to grade it. And so, instead of tossing the poems back with a quick verdict, he did something unusual. He wrote back slowly, carefully, at length, and he kept writing back over several years, 10 letters in all. Those letters were collected long after both men were gone, and published under a title you may know, Letters to a Young Poet. They have never gone out of print. Something in them keeps finding the next frightened person who needs them. Here is the small detail that changes everything. Rilke never answered the question Capus actually asked. Not once in 10 letters did he say, "Your poems are good," or "Your poems are weak," "Be a poet," or "Give it up." He refused the whole transaction, and that refusal was not coldness. It was the most generous thing he could have done, though it would take the young man years to understand it. Hold that gently, because it is one of the threads we will follow tonight. A frightened young man asked for a verdict, an answer, a resolution. And the wisest response the older man could find was to gently decline to provide one, and to hand back instead something far more useful and far harder to hold. we will see what that something was. Let your jaw soften. Think for a moment of how often you have been Capus. How often the thing you are really doing when you lie awake turning a question over is holding out your life to some imagined judge and begging for the verdict. Am I doing this right? Will it work out? Tell me now. We spend so much of the night waiting for a voice that will finally rule on our case and let us rest. Rilke knew that voice was not coming, and he knew, more importantly, that we do not actually need it. What we need is something else. Something he spent the next several letters trying to give a young soldier who had only asked whether his poems were any good. The real letter was never the one Capus sent. It was the one he got back. Chapter 5. The question beneath the question. So, what did Rilke tell him? If he would not say whether the poems were good, what did he say instead? He turned the question inside out. He told the young man that no one outside him could ever answer what he was really asking, that critics and teachers and even admired poets were all, finally, useless for this. Because the thing he wanted to know could only be found by going inward. And then he gave Capus a single question to ask himself in the quietest hour of his night, a question that has outlived its occasion by more than a century. He told him, in effect, to stop asking whether his poems were good and to ask himself instead one thing: must I write? He told him to dig down into himself, to the deepest place, to the roots, and see whether writing was something he could give up. If, in the middle of the night, at the most silent hour, he found that he would have to write, that his life depended on it, that he would rather die than be forbidden it, then he had his answer. And it was not a grade, it was a direction. And if the answer was no, if he could live without it, then that too was fine, and he should build a different life without shame. Notice what Rilke did there. The young man came asking, will I succeed? Am I good enough? A question about the future and about the verdict of others, a question no one on earth could actually answer. And Rilke gently set that question aside as unanswerable and, worse, as a distraction, and replaced it with a question the young man could answer tonight, alone, without waiting for anyone. Not, will this work out, but what is true in me right now? Not, tell me who I am, but here is how to listen for it yourself. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the bed holding you. This is one of the most useful moves a tired mind can learn, and it is worth carrying with you into your own sleepless hours. Most of the questions that keep us awake are the unanswerable kind. Will the results be bad? Will she forgive me? Will the money last? Will I have made the right choice? These are all questions about a future that has not arrived, and no amount of pacing tonight can pull the answer any closer. That is why the pacing never ends. You are demanding from this dark room information that this dark room does not contain. But underneath almost every unanswerable question, if you look, there is a quieter one that you can actually meet. Not, will she forgive me, but what do I need to say, honestly, when the time comes? Not, will the results be bad, but what kind of person do I want to be while I wait? Not, did I choose right, but what matters most to me now, going forward, whatever has already happened. The first kind of question keeps the panther pacing. The second kind lets it lie down, because it can be answered, or at least approached, from right here, tonight, without a single fact you do not already have. Rilke gave Capus the second kind of question, and though the young man did not fully understand at first, though he kept writing back with more requests for a verdict, Rilke kept patiently turning him around, again and again, away from the future's locked door, and back toward the one room he could actually enter, which was his own honest present. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. We are going to do the same thing tonight, slowly, with whatever it is you are waiting to know. We are going to look for the answerable question hiding underneath the unanswerable one. But before we can do that, Rilke has one more thing to say, the most famous thing he ever wrote to that young man, and it is the true center of this whole night. We come to it now. The question you can answer is always closer than the one you cannot. Chapter 6. Patience with the Unsolved. In the fourth of his letters to the young soldier, written in the summer of 1903, Rilke set down the sentence that people have been copying out by hand for more than 100 years. The sentence that is, more than any other, the reason we are spending tonight with him. He told the young man to be patient toward all that was unsolved in his heart, and to try to love the questions themselves. Let that settle for a moment before we open it up. Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart, and try to love the questions themselves. It is a strange instruction when you first hear it. Love the questions. We do not usually love our questions. We resent them. We treat every open question as a problem to be closed as fast as possible. An itch, an emergency, a thing standing between us and the peace we would feel once we finally knew. The question is the enemy, and the answer is the rescue. That is how the mind treats it. At 2 a.m, get me the answer and let me out of here. Rilke is proposing something almost upside down. He is saying the question is not the enemy. The question is where you actually live right now, and if you spend the whole of your one life hating the place you actually live, waiting to only begin living once every question is answered, you will wait forever, because the answers, when they come, only give birth to new questions. The unsolved is not a waiting room you are stuck in before real life starts. The unsolved is real life. It is most of it. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Let the bed take it. And then, he added, the part that makes the whole thing bearable, the part that turns a hard saying into a kindness. He told the young man not to search now for answers he could not be given, because he would not be able to live them yet. And then this: live the questions now. Perhaps you will then gradually, without noticing it, live along some distant day into the answer. Live along, without noticing, into the answer. Not solve your way to it in a single sleepless night by force. Live your way to it, slowly, the way you grow taller without feeling it happen, the way a season turns without any single day announcing the change. The answer, in Rilke's picture, is not something you seize. It is something you ripen into if you can stay patient and keep living, until one ordinary afternoon you notice you are no longer asking, because somewhere along the way, without a moment you could point to, you came to live inside the answer. Let your jaw soften. This is the whole medicine, and we will spend the rest of the night rubbing it into the sore places. But notice, even now, how it changes the meaning of this exact hour. If the answer is something you live your way into slowly, then tonight is not a failure for not producing it. Tonight, you do not owe the darkness a solution. You are allowed to lie here with the question still open, patient toward it, even if you can manage it, a little tender toward it, the way you would be tender toward anything young and unfinished that simply needs more time. You are not behind. You are not failing to figure it out. You are living the question, which is exactly what there is to do. There are people who have carried that one sentence through the worst nights of their lives. Prisoners have copied it onto cell walls. The grieving have kept it in a wallet. Rilke did not give the young soldier an answer, and 100 years later we are grateful, because answers age and this did not. Patience toward the unsolved outlasts every solution. Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart. That is the whole of it. The rest of tonight is only learning how. Live the questions. The answers are already on their way to meet you. Chapter 7, to live the questions. Let us stay with that phrase a little longer, because it is easy to hear and hard to actually do. Live the questions. What would it even mean tonight in this bed? To live a question instead of trying to solve it. It begins with a small shift in posture, almost physical. When you are trying to solve a question, you lean into it. You bear down. There is a tightening in the jaw, in the chest, in the hands. A leaning forward of the whole self toward the locked door, as if by pressing hard enough you could force it. To live a question is to lean back instead, to let the question sit in the room with you without grabbing it by the throat. To say, in effect, you are here, I see you, I do not have your answer yet, and we are going to keep each other company for a while without my forcing anything. That sounds passive, but it is not. It is one of the most active things a person can learn to do, because everything in you wants to lunge. Staying still while the mind screams for resolution takes a quiet strength that most people never build. Rilke built it slowly, over a life, and he built it because he had no choice. His deepest work came from questions that took him not hours but years, sometimes decades, to live his way through. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Nothing needs forcing right now. There is one such question in his own story that I want to plant in your mind now, and then leave alone until much later tonight when you are closer to sleep. Years after these letters, Rilke would begin a great work, the deepest thing he ever wrote, and it would open with a single line that came to him according to the story he told, out of a storm wind by the sea. And then, having received that opening line, he would be unable to finish the work for 10 long years. 10 years of living a question he could not answer on command, until at last, in a rush he described as almost unbearable, it completed itself. We will come back to that storm and to what it teaches about waiting when the night is older. For now, just hold the fact of it. 10 years. Even for a genius, the answer came in its own time and not before. That is a strange comfort. but it is a real one. If Rilke, with all his gifts, had to wait 10 years to live his way into one work, then you can forgive yourself for not resolving your own hard question in a single night. You are not slow. You are not failing. The thing simply is not ripe yet, and ripeness cannot be rushed. Not by him, not by you, not by anyone. Let your shoulders drop. To live the questions also means letting them change you while you carry them. A question you hold for a long time is not idle. It works on you quietly, the way water works on stone. The person who finally lives into the answer is not the same person who first asked. That is often why the answer, when it comes, feels less like new information and more like recognition, less like solving and more like arriving. You did not find the answer. You became someone who no longer needed to ask. There was an English poet, a young one named John Keats, who lived a whole lifetime before Rilke and who reached, in his own words, toward the very same idea. We will spend real time with Keats later tonight, because he found a name for this capacity, the capacity to remain among uncertainties without irritably grasping after fact and reason. Hold his name loosely for now. He and Rilke never met, could not have, and yet they are saying, across a century, the same quiet thing to you. You do not have to know yet. You are allowed to not know yet. The not knowing is not a wound. It is a kind of open field, and you can lie down in it. Notice your breath moving on its own. So tonight, when the question rises, try the small experiment of leaning back instead of forward. Let it be here. Do not force the door. Live the question just for these few hours and see if the room does not grow a little quieter. The question is not asking to be solved tonight. It is only asking to be carried gently. Chapter 8. The room he kept empty. Rilke lived most of his adult life without a home. This is worth knowing, because the man who taught patience with the unsolved was himself a person who never fully settled, who moved from city to city and room to borrowed room, and who came to believe that a certain amount of emptiness around a life was not a lack, but a necessity. After he left the military school and the false start of a career his father had chosen, Rilke drifted. He studied a little, wrote a great deal, travelled to Russia twice, where he met the old novelist Tolstoy, and felt the vastness of the land change something in him. He married briefly and had a daughter, but the settled family life did not hold him, and he did not force it to. What he needed, he slowly understood, was solitude and space, and long stretches of quiet in which the deep, slow work of his questions could go on undisturbed. So he arranged his whole life around getting them, even at real cost. Let your body settle a little deeper into the bed as I tell you this. He would take a bare room, often in someone else's house or a borrowed castle, and he would keep it nearly empty. A table, a chair, a window, not much else. He wrote once that he needed the emptiness the way other people need furniture, that the bareness of a room was what let him hear himself think. Where most of us fill our spaces and our hours to the brim so that there is never a gap where a hard question might catch up with us, Rilke did the opposite. He built the gaps in on purpose. He left the room empty so the questions would have somewhere to live. This is worth sitting with, because it points at something about your own nights. Part of why the questions ambush you at this hour is that this is the only hour you have left empty. All day the rooms of your life are full of tasks and voices and screens and the next thing and the next, and the questions cannot get a word in, so they wait. They wait for the one empty room in your whole day, which is this one, the dark bedroom at midnight, and then they all arrive at once, and it feels like an attack. But it is not an attack. It is a backlog. The questions are not trying to ruin your sleep. They are trying to be heard. And this is the only time you have left them any room. Rilke's strange wisdom was to give the questions rooms during the day, on purpose, in the light, so they did not have to come storming in at night. To sit deliberately in a little emptiness and let the deep things surface while he was awake and steady enough to meet them. Let your jaw soften, let your hands be heavy. You do not have to rearrange your whole life tonight, but you might notice, gently, that a mind never given any empty rooms will always ambush you in the dark, and that the answer is not to fill the dark too, with more distraction, more scrolling, more noise pushed into the one quiet hour. The answer, over time, is to make a little more emptiness earlier, so the questions have somewhere kinder to live than your pillow. The 17th century thinker Blaise Pascal, who knew a great deal about restless minds, once wrote that all of humanity's troubles come from our inability to sit quietly alone in a room. Rilke would have understood that completely. He built his whole life around the one skill Pascal said we lack. He learned to sit quietly alone in a room and to let the emptiness do its slow, good work. Tonight, this room is empty enough. Let it be a place the questions can rest, not a place they have to shout. An empty room is not a lonely one. Sometimes it is the only place large enough to breathe. Chapter 9. What Solitude Is For. Because Rilke chose so much solitude, and because he wrote about it so beautifully, people sometimes imagine he was recommending loneliness, telling us all to withdraw and live in bare towers. He was not. He drew a careful line between two things that look alike from the outside and feel completely different from within. And that line is worth walking tonight, because the sleepless hour is a solitary one, and it matters enormously whether you experience it as loneliness or as solitude. To Rilke, solitude was not the absence of other people. It was the presence of yourself. It was being with yourself, fully, without needing someone else there to tell you who you are, or to fill the silence so you would not have to hear it. He believed that solitude was difficult, especially at first, that it could feel like a kind of exposure, but that it was the ground in which a real self could finally grow, because only alone, undistracted, unjudged, do you get to find out what you actually think and feel underneath everyone else's expectations. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. You are alone in this room, and that is all right. He wrote to the young soldier that his solitude would be a hold and home for him, even in the midst of very unfamiliar conditions, and that from it he would find all his paths. He was not telling the young man to abandon people. He was telling him to stop using people as a way to avoid himself, to stop reaching for company every time the silence got uncomfortable, because the very thing waiting in that silence was the self he most needed to meet. There was a political thinker, decades later, named Hannah Arendt, who drew the same line in sharper words. She said that loneliness is not solitude. Loneliness, she wrote, shows itself most painfully in the company of others, when you are surrounded by people and still feel unmet. Solitude, by contrast, is when you are alone but together with yourself in a kind of quiet conversation. The lonely person has lost themselves. The solitary person has found themselves and is keeping themselves company. Let your shoulders drop. This matters tonight because you are, right now, alone in the dark, and your mind is trying to decide which of these two things is happening to you. If it decides you are lonely, the hour will ache. There will be a reaching, a wishing someone were awake to talk to, a sense of being the only one left in the sleeping world. But if you can gently reframe it, if you can experience this hour not as abandonment, but as solitude, as time alone with yourself, then the same darkness becomes something else entirely. Not an exile, a retreat. A rare and quiet hour when nobody wants anything from you and you get to simply be with your own self, which is, when you stop fearing it, decent company.
Rilke would say that this hour, the very hour that feels like a curse, is actually a gift you have not learned to open. The whole loud day is over. No one is asking anything of you.
There is nothing to perform. There is only you and your breath and the dark, and a rare permission to stop being anyone in particular. Most people run from exactly this. They fill it, numb it, scroll through it. Rilke ran toward it and found there the deepest part of his life. Notice your breath moving on its own, keeping you company. You do not have to become a hermit to borrow this. You only have to let tonight's aloneness be solitude rather than loneliness, company with yourself rather than exile from everyone else. The person lying here in the dark is worth being alone with. Rilke spent a lifetime proving that the quiet hour, rightly held, is not empty at all. You are not the last one awake in an empty world. You are alone with yourself, which is a different and gentler thing. Chapter 10. The difficult is what we can trust. There is a line of Rilke's that seems, at first, almost unkind, and then, the longer you hold it, becomes one of the most steadying things he ever said. He wrote to the young soldier that we must hold to the difficult, that most of the things worth doing are difficult, and that the fact that something is hard should be one more reason for us to do it, not a reason to turn away. We are trained to believe the opposite. We treat difficulty as a signal that we have gone wrong. If a relationship is hard, we think it must be the wrong one. If a question is hard, we think there must be a trick to make it easy, and that we are failing for not finding it. If sleep is hard, if the night is a struggle, we take it as proof that something is broken in us. The whole modern promise is that the right answer will feel easy, that ease is the mark of truth. Rilke gently says no. He says, the difficult things are difficult precisely because they are real, because they are large, because they involve the whole of us and not just the surface. A hard question is not a malfunction. It is a sign you are standing near something that matters. The easy questions have easy answers because nothing much is at stake in them. The ones that keep you up are hard because they are load-bearing. They hold up a piece of your life. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Let the difficulty be here without fighting it. This reframes the very struggle you are in tonight. You have perhaps been treating your sleeplessness and the hard question underneath it as an enemy, as evidence that you are doing this wrong. Rilke would turn you around. He would say, the difficulty of this question is a measure of its importance, that you lie awake over it because it is connected to something you love, or fear to lose, or deeply want to get right. The pain is not random. It is the ache of caring about something real, and that is not a thing to be cured. It is a thing to be honored, and then gently set down for the night. The Stoics, centuries before Rilke, said something that rhymes with this. The philosopher Seneca wrote that difficulties strengthen the mind as labor strengthens the body, that a life without any hardship to push against grows soft and dim. And Seneca also gave us the other half, the half you need at this exact hour, when he wrote that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Both are true at once. The difficult is worth trusting and worth facing, and also most of what you are bracing against tonight lives in imagination and will never actually arrive. Honor the difficulty. Do not multiply it with 100 rehearsals of disasters that are not coming. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands grow heavy. To trust the difficult is also to trust yourself, quietly, as someone who can bear it. You have borne hard things before. You are still here. Every difficult season you have ever survived, you survived without knowing in advance that you would, without the answer in hand, one uncertain day at a time. You did not get the guarantee first. You got it only afterward, looking back. And you will bear this one the same way, not by solving it tonight, but by trusting that the same self that carried you through the others is lying here still, intact, capable, tired, and enough. Rilke asked the young man to hold to the difficult. Tonight, holding to it can be as simple as this. Do not flee the hard question. Do not pretend it is easy, but do not wrestle it either. Just let it be difficult, and let yourself be someone who can lie peacefully beside a difficult thing. The hard questions are heavy because they matter. You can set them on the floor beside the bed and pick them up in the morning. Chapter 11, Rilke in Paris. In 1902, the same year the young soldier's letter arrived, Rilke went to Paris, and the city changed him. He had gone there to write a small book about a famous sculptor, and what he found instead was a teacher, and a whole new way of understanding what it might mean to do serious work with your life. Paris at first frightened him. He was poor, unknown, and overwhelmed by the size and hardness of the place, the crowds, the poverty he saw in the streets, the sheer indifferent scale of it. He wrote about that fear honestly later, in the strange and beautiful book that grew out of those years. But into that fear came the sculptor he had come to study, a massive, tireless old man named Auguste Rodin. And Rodin gave the anxious young poet something he had been missing his whole life, which was an example of what patience actually looks like when it is put to work. Let your body settle into the bed. We are just walking through a life together. Rilke became for a time Rodin's secretary, living near the great man, watching how he worked. And what he saw astonished him. Rodin did not wait for inspiration. He did not pace and agonize and wait for the muse to descend. He went to his studio every single day, and he worked with his hands on the actual clay and stone, the way a laborer works, whether he felt like it or not. When Rilke, still caught in the romantic idea that art comes in lightning flashes, asked how one should live in order to make such work, Rodin gave him an answer of 2 words that Rilke never forgot. Il faut travailler. One must work. Only that. Always work. This landed on Rilke like a key turning in a lock. He had been treating his own gift as a matter of waiting, of hoping the poems would arrive, of anxiously checking whether he still had it. Rodin showed him another way entirely. You do not wait to feel ready. You do not resolve all your doubts first, and then begin. You begin, and you keep beginning every day with your hands. And the doing itself slowly quiets the doubt that the waiting only fed. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is something here for your sleepless hour, even though you are not a sculptor. The needing to know that keeps you awake is a form of waiting. You are lying here waiting to feel resolved before you allow yourself to rest. Waiting for certainty to arrive before you let go. Rodin's 2 words cut straight through that. You do not have to feel resolved to act well. You do not have to have the answer to take the next small, honest step. Tomorrow, whatever you are waiting to know, you will get up, and you will do the next real thing in front of you, the work of the day, and that doing will carry you forward far more surely than tonight's pacing ever could. The Stoic Emperor Marcus Aurelius, writing to himself in his tent at night on a cold frontier, told himself something similar. Do not let the whole of your life overwhelm you, he wrote, in effect. Do not try to grasp all its troubles at once. Just meet the task of this hour, this single duty in front of you, and then the next. The future does not have to be carried tonight. Only the next breath, the next small task, the next right thing. Let your shoulders drop. Rilke left Paris changed. He had come looking for the secret of great art, and had found, instead, the secret of a workable life. You do not resolve first and live second. You live patiently with your hands, one honest day at a time, and the resolving takes care of itself somewhere along the way. without your having to force it in the dark. You do not need to feel finished to rest. You only need to trust that tomorrow you will do the next small thing, and that will be enough. Chapter 12. The Sculptor Who Told Him to Look. There was a second gift Rodin gave Rilke in those Paris years, and it may be even more useful to you tonight than the first. Rodin taught him not only to work, but to look. To really look at one thing patiently until it gave up its secret. And that kind of looking turns out to be a doorway out of the pacing mind. Rodin sent the young poet to the zoo, to the cathedrals, to the streets, and told him to look at things until he could truly see them, not glance and label and move on, but stay and attend until the thing became real to him. This was a discipline, and Rilke took it up with his whole heart. He began to write what he later called thing poems, poems that tried to hold a single object or animal so completely and so patiently that the reader would see it as if for the first time. The Panther we began with tonight was one of these. He did not invent the panther in his head. He stood in front of a real cage for a long time and looked, until the animal's whole captive soul came through. Let your body grow heavier against the bed as I tell you this. Here is why this matters at 1 a.m. The pacing mind is the opposite of looking. When you lie awake circling a worry, you are not really seeing anything. You are lost inside your own head, generating scenarios, rehearsing futures, spinning stories, all of it happening behind your closed eyes, none of it touching the actual world. The mind at that hour is the least attentive it ever is. It is drowning in itself. And one of the oldest, gentlest ways out of that drowning is the thing Rodin taught Rilke. Stop spinning and look at one real thing. It does not have to be profound. It can be the actual weight of the blanket on your legs, felt as a real sensation and not a thought. It can be the specific sound of the room, the faint hum, the distant car, the silence between them. It can be the temperature of the air on your face or the exact way your head rests on the pillow. This is not a trick to fall asleep, though it may help. It is a way of coming out of the storm of scenarios and back into the one real place that actually exists, which is here, now, this room, this body, this breath. The future you are pacing over does not exist yet. This does. The philosopher Simone Weil, who thought more deeply about attention than almost anyone, said that attention, taken to its highest degree, is the same thing as prayer, and that it is the rarest and purest form of generosity. She meant that to truly attend to something, to look at it without grabbing, without using it, without turning it immediately into a thought about yourself, is a kind of love. We will return to her later. For now, only borrow the smallest version of her idea. Attention is a way out of the self-spinning. To look, really look, at one real thing is to step out of the cage of your own thoughts and into the wide actual world, where, it turns out, this moment is entirely bearable. Let your jaw soften. Notice one real thing in this room, gently, without naming it or thinking about it. Just let it be seen. Rodin gave Rilke a whole life's discipline in a single instruction: look. And the poet spent the rest of his years proving that patient attention to what is actually in front of you is not only how great art is made, but how a frightened person comes home to the present, where the terrors of the imagined future cannot follow. You do not have to solve the night. You only have to look softly at what is really here. What is really here is quiet and warm and enough. Chapter 13, Learning to See a Thing. Rilke's education in looking did not end with Rodin. A few years later, he discovered a painter, already dead by then, named Paul Cézanne, and he went day after day to stand in front of Cézanne's paintings in a gallery in Paris, and he wrote long letters about what he saw. Those letters are, on the surface, about apples and mountains and the color of a tablecloth. Underneath, they are about the same thing we have been circling all night: how to be patient enough and humble enough to let a real thing show you what it is, instead of rushing past it with your own ideas. What moved Rilke about Cézanne was the sheer patience of the man. Cézanne would paint the same mountain 100 times. He would sit before a bowl of fruit until the apples half rotted, looking, adjusting, looking again, refusing to settle for the easy version, the version he already knew how to paint. He was not trying to express his clever feelings about the apple. He was trying to disappear so that the apple itself could come through. Rilke saw in that a model for how to live, and even how to suffer. Do not rush to interpret your experience. Do not slap a quick meaning on it and move on. Stay with it. Look at it long enough and honestly enough that it can become real and teach you what it actually is. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. There is nothing to interpret right now, only this. We are, most of us, terrible at this, and never worse than at night. The moment anything happens to us, a worry, a symptom, a look on someone's face, an unanswered message, we do not look at it. We instantly wrap it in a story. The message means she is angry. The symptom means the worst. The silence means it is over. We do not see the actual thing, which is small and neutral and unfinished. We see the towering story we built on top of it in half a second, and then we lie awake, terrified of the story which we made. Rilke, schooled by Cézanne, would say, slow down and look at the actual thing. What actually happened is that a message was not answered by 10 o'clock. That is the real thing. Everything else, the anger, the ending, the catastrophe, is a painting you added fast without looking. And you can, with practice, learn to peel the painting off and let the small real fact just be a small real fact. Unresolved, yes, but also not yet the disaster your mind rendered while you were not paying attention. Let your shoulders drop. There is a freedom in this that is hard to overstate. So much of the suffering of a sleepless night is not caused by what is real. It is caused by the stories we paint over the real, faster than we can catch ourselves and then mistake for the truth. To learn to see the thing itself plainly is to take away most of the story's power. The fact is usually bearable. It is the painting that terrifies. Cézanne died in the rain, still working, still looking, having painted his mountain until the very end without ever deciding he had finally captured it. He lived the question of that mountain his whole life and never closed it. And that unclosed, patient looking is exactly why the paintings are immortal. He did not need to finish knowing the mountain. He only needed to keep faithfully looking at it. There is a whole way of being alive hidden in that. Notice your breath moving on its own. So when the story starts to build tonight, when the small fact begins swelling into the towering meaning, you might gently do what Rilke learned from a dead painter. Slow down, look at the actual thing. Let it be small and real and unfinished. You do not have to know what it means yet. You only have to see it clearly. And clear seeing, it turns out, is a kind of rest. The fact is small. The story is large. Tonight you can set the story down and keep only the small true thing. Chapter 14. The Panther at the Jardin des Plantes. Now let us go back and stand with Rilke in front of the panther's cage, because it was patient looking of exactly this kind that made the poem, and because the way he saw that animal has something to give you at this hour. He went to the Jardin des Plantes, and he did not glance at the panther and move on to the next cage the way the other visitors did. He stayed. He watched the great cat pace and pace and pace, and he let himself feel what the pacing meant until the animal's whole condition rose up in him and became words. The poem he wrote is not really about a zoo. It is about what happens to a powerful, living will when it is closed inside something too small, and how, after enough time, the creature stops even seeing the bars, stops even remembering there was ever a wide world beyond them. Let your body settle. This is a gentle telling, even of a caged thing. The heart of the poem is that line we touched at the beginning. To the panther, it is as if there were 1,000 bars, and behind 1,000 bars, no world. Think about what that means. The bars are real, but there is only a finite number of them, a countable few. It is the pacing that multiplies them into 1,000. Every time the cat passes the same bar again, it registers again and again, until the animal's whole reality is bars, nothing but bars, world without end. The prison is partly iron and partly repetition. The walking makes it worse. And then, at the very center of the poem, Rilke places the stillness. He writes that behind the tired passing surface, at the very middle of the animal, a great will stands numbed. The power is not gone. The panther is not weak. Its strength is still there, whole, at the center. It has only been stunned into a kind of sleep by the endless circling, by the years of finding no way out. The tragedy is not that the panther lost its strength. The tragedy is that its strength stands there, intact, numbed, going nowhere, walked in circles by a mind that can no longer imagine an opening. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Let your own great will at the center of you be still without being numbed. I think you can feel why I keep bringing you back to this animal. On a sleepless night, you are the panther. And you are also the one standing outside the cage, able to see what the panther cannot, that the bars are countable, that the world did not actually disappear, that the strength at the center is only stunned and not gone. The pacing has multiplied one hard question into 1,000 identical passes, until it feels like the only thing in the world. But it is not the only thing in the world. It is one bar passed 1,000 times. Let your jaw soften. Hold the panther a little longer, and hold this promise with it, the one I made at the very start. We are going to come back to this cage once more before you sleep, near the end. And when we do, we are going to find the one thing the poem does not say out loud, but leaves room for. We are going to find how the bars begin to thin, not by the panther fighting them, which only exhausts it, by something quieter. Keep the animal with you. It is lying down now, at the center of itself, its great will resting rather than numbed, waiting with us for the end of the night. The bars are fewer than they seem. It is only the pacing that makes them 1,000. Chapter 15. The bars we do not notice. Rilke's panther cannot see its own bars anymore because it has looked at them too long. That is the strangest and most important part. Not that the bars are there, but that they have become invisible, worn into the background, mistaken for simply the way things are. And the same thing happens to us. With a certain kind of bar we almost never notice, though we press against it every night of our lives. The bar, I mean, is the belief that you must know how things will turn out before you can be at peace. Say it plainly and it sounds almost silly, because of course you cannot know how things will turn out. No one ever has. That is simply the condition of being alive and moving forward in time. And yet we live as though the certainty were owed to us, as though the not knowing were a temporary error that better planning or harder thinking could fix, as though everyone else had somehow been given the guarantee and we alone were left waiting for ours. That belief is a bar, and we have paced in front of it so long we no longer see it as a belief at all. We think it is just reality. Let your body grow heavier against the bed as we look at this together. Consider how much of your night is built on that one invisible bar. You cannot rest, you tell yourself, until you know whether the diagnosis is serious, whether the deal will close, whether he is all right, whether you made the right call. Until you know, as though rest was something that could only be permitted on the far side of certainty. But certainty is not coming tonight, and often it is not coming for weeks, and sometimes it never comes at all. And if you make your peace conditional on it, you have quietly sentenced yourself to a life of pacing, waiting at a door that may never open, calling the wait a reasonable precaution. Rilke's whole life was an argument against that bar. He is standing at the cage of your sleepless mind, pointing at the thing you cannot see and saying gently, "Look, that is not reality. That is a demand you are making, and the demand is the cage. You have decided that peace must wait for certainty, but peace and certainty were never actually joined. You can unhook them. You can have the one without the other. You can be at peace tonight, genuinely, with the question still wide open, because peace was never really on the other side of the answer." It was available all along on this side if you would stop insisting it could not be. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Peace is not on the far side of the answer. It is here. This is not a trick, and it is not denial. You are not pretending the question does not matter, or that the outcome is not real. You are only noticing that you added one extra bar with your own hands. The bar that says no rest until you know, and that this particular bar, unlike the real difficulties of your life, is one you are free to open. The outcome is not up to you tonight, but whether you lie here at war with the not knowing, or at peace beside it, that is up to you. And it always was. Let your shoulders drop. The lonely Danish thinker Søren Kierkegaard once wrote that anxiety is the dizziness of freedom, the vertigo we feel standing before all that is open and undecided. He did not mean it as a curse. He meant that the same openness that frightens us is also the very ground of our freedom, and that learning to stand at that edge without panic is a large part of growing up. Tonight, you are standing at that edge, the edge of the not yet known. You do not have to lunge back from it. You can stand there, a little dizzy, and be free. The bar you can open is the one that says you cannot rest until you know. Open it. Rest anyway. Chapter 16. What the mind is really doing at night. Let us look directly now, with Rilke's kind of patient attention, at what your mind is actually doing when it keeps you awake. Because once you see the machinery clearly, some of its power quietly drains away. When you lie awake, turning a question over, it feels like you are working. It feels productive, even urgent, as though you are on the verge of figuring something out, and it would be irresponsible to stop. But look closely at the actual content of the thinking, and you will find it is almost never new. It is the same 3 or 4 thoughts, the same scenarios, the same conversations, cycling past again and again, like the Panther passing the same bars. You are not generating fresh solutions. You are rerunning old fears. The mind is not solving, it is rehearsing. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. You do not have to rehearse anything tonight. And what is it rehearsing for? Almost always for a version of the future in which something goes wrong. The mind at this hour is running disaster drills. If she says this, I will say that. If the news is bad, then this, then that. If it all falls apart, here is how it will feel. It runs these drills because somewhere deep and old, it believes that by imagining the catastrophe in advance, it can prepare for it, soften it, keep it from arriving. This is the illusion at the very center of the sleepless mind. The illusion that worry is a form of control. That if you just rehearse the bad outcome thoroughly enough, you will have earned some protection against it. But you have not. This is the quiet, freeing truth that the American psychologist and philosopher William James understood more than a century ago when he described the mind as a stream, thought flowing into thought, and noticed how much of that stream is habit worn channels the water runs simply because it has always run there. The worry is a channel deep and old, and rehearsing a disaster does absolutely nothing to prevent it. The bad thing, if it comes, will come whether or not you lay awake practicing for it. And the good thing, if it comes, you will have poisoned with hours of dread for nothing. The worry buys no protection at all. It only makes you suffer the thing twice, once in imagination and maybe once in fact, when Seneca already warned you that the imagined suffering is nearly always the heavier of the two. Let your jaw soften. See what this means. The whole justification for the pacing, the deep down reason the mind insists you keep at it, is false. You are not keeping yourself safe by lying awake. You are not solving anything. You are running old fear through old channels, paying a heavy price and buying nothing. The mind only lets you rest when it believes the worrying is done, but the worrying is never done because it was never actually working. So, at some point, you have to do the thing the mind swears is reckless. You have to set the vigil down, unfinished, and rest anyway, and discover that nothing bad happens because you stopped, that the stopping was safe all along. Notice your breath, moving on its own, asking nothing of you. Rilke would say, the deep work of your life does not get done this way, in the panic circling of the small hours. It gets done slowly, patiently, in the daylight, with your hands, one honest step at a time. The night is not for solving. The night is for resting, so that the patient daytime self, the one who actually moves your life forward, can wake up strong enough to take the next real step. Give the night back its true job. Let it be for rest, not rehearsal. The worrying was never keeping you safe. You are allowed to set it down and simply sleep. Chapter 17, Marcus Aurelius and the Next Breath. There was a man who, night after night, in a cold military camp on the edge of the Roman world, opened a private notebook and wrote himself calm. He was the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man alive, and yet the words he wrote to himself in the dark were not commands to others. They were reminders to his own restless mind, the same restless mind you are lying here with tonight. Marcus had every reason to lie awake needing to know. He ruled an empire at war. Plague moved through his legions. His body was failing. Betrayal was always possible, and much of what he most feared did in fact come to pass. If anyone had grounds to pace in front of the locked door of the future, it was he. And what he wrote to himself, again and again, was a kind of narrowing, a bringing of the vast unknowable future back down to the one thing a person can actually hold, which is this present hour, this task, this breath. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Only this hour is being asked of you. He reminded himself that no one loses any life but the one they are living, that the past is already gone and the future not yet here, and that all any of us ever truly has is the thin, bright line of the present moment. You cannot lose the future, he wrote in effect, because you never had it to begin with. It is not yours yet. It may never be yours. To lie awake grieving over it or bracing against it is to suffer over something you do not possess and cannot control, while neglecting the one thing you do have, which is your conduct, your attention, your peace, right now." And he wrote something else, sharper, that cuts straight through the pacing. "You could leave life right now," he told himself. "Let that determine what you do and say and think." He was not being morbid. He was using the plain fact of mortality as a knife to cut away everything that did not matter. When you remember that your time is finite and unknown, most of the questions you are lying awake over shrink to their true size. So many of them are about protecting a future that is not promised to anyone, held up against the fact that you are alive, now, breathing, warm, in this bed. The frantic need to secure the outcome loses some of its grip. He even wrote on his better nights to remember what a privilege it is simply to be alive, to breathe, to think, to feel. That privilege is yours tonight, whatever you do not yet know. Let your shoulders drop. There is a deep agreement between the old emperor and the modern poet, though they lived 18 centuries apart. Rilke says, "Live the questions, do not force the answers." Marcus says, "Live this hour, do not grasp at the future you cannot hold." Both are pointing you away from the locked door and back toward the one room you can actually enter, which is now. Both are telling you, in their different voices, that the present moment, humble as it is the only place peace has ever been available, and that it is available there right now if you will come back to it. Notice your breath. It is happening in the present, the only place anything ever happens. So let the future be the future. It is not yours to carry tonight, and Marcus, who carried an empire, could not carry it either, and knew it, and set it down every night in order to sleep and rule again. You can set yours down too, not forever, just for the length of this night. The future will still be there in the morning, and you will meet it then, 1 hour at a time, as he did, as everyone who has ever lived has had to. The future is not yours to hold tonight. Only this breath is, and this breath is enough. Chapter 18, the part of the outcome that is not yours. Marcus learned his calm from an older tradition, the Stoics, and at the heart of that tradition is one simple division that may be the most practical idea anyone has ever had for a mind that cannot stop needing to know. It is the dividing of the world into 2 piles. What is up to you and what is not. The former slave Epictetus, who became one of the greatest of the Stoic teachers, built his entire philosophy on this single distinction, and he opened his little handbook with it because he thought that if you truly understood this one thing, everything else would follow. Some things, he said, are within our power, and some things are not. Within our power are our own judgments, our own choices, our own efforts, what we decide to do, and how we decide to meet what happens. Not within our power are almost all the outcomes we lie awake craving, the results, the verdicts, the reactions of others, the turning of events, the future itself. And the whole art of living, he taught, is learning to pour your care into the first pile and to release gently your grip on the second. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Some of this is yours to carry, and much of it is not. Look at the question keeping you awake tonight and try, slowly, to sort it into the two piles. There will be a part that is genuinely yours. Perhaps a conversation you need to have, a decision you must eventually make, an effort you can offer, a way you want to conduct yourself. That part is real, and it deserves your care in the daylight when you can act on it. But notice how small that pile usually is, and notice how enormous the other pile is. The pile of things you are lying awake trying to control that are simply not yours to control. Whether the other person changes, whether the test comes back clear, whether the thing you set in motion lands well, whether the future is kind, none of that is up to you, and no quantity of nighttime pacing will move it even slightly. Epictetus would say your suffering right now comes almost entirely from having the two piles confused, from spending your strength on the pile that is not yours while it drains the strength you need for the pile that is. He put it in a line that has lasted 2,000 years. Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. Take the rest as it happens, not control it, not know it in advance. Take it as it happens, when it happens, with whatever you have become by then. Let your jaw soften. Let the pile that is not yours slide off your chest. There is enormous relief in this sorting, and it is available tonight. You can look at the whole heavy mass of what you do not know and gently peel away the part that was never yours to decide and simply set it down, not because you do not care, but because caring about it changes nothing, and releasing it changes everything about how you will sleep. The outcome will do what it will do. Your job was never to know it in advance. Your job is only to meet it well when it comes, and you cannot meet anything well on no sleep, worn thin by a vigil that accomplished nothing. Notice your breath, moving on its own. So hand the second pile back to the night. It was never yours. What is yours is small and manageable and can wait for morning. What is not yours can be released right now, this instant, with something close to relief. Epictetus lay down every night beside a future he did not control and slept because he had learned the one thing worth knowing about the unknown. It is not yours to carry. Set it down. You were never meant to hold the outcome. Hold only the next right thing, and let the rest happen. Chapter 19. The answer you are demanding. Let us get very specific for a moment, gently, about the actual thing you are lying awake needing to know tonight. Not questions in general. The one that is here, in this room, with you. Because when you look straight at the particular demand you are making of the darkness, something in it usually begins to soften. Somewhere in you tonight is a sentence that begins with the words, "I need to know. I need to know if she will forgive me. I need to know if the pain means something serious. I need to know if I made a mistake I cannot undo. I need to know if we will be all right." Whatever yours is, notice the shape of it. It is a demand for information that does not exist yet, addressed to a dark and silent room that cannot possibly supply it. You are asking the night for a fact the night does not have. Feel the weight of your body against the bed as you hold this gently without pushing. Now, notice something subtle. The suffering you feel is not actually coming from the not knowing itself. It is coming from the demanding. The not knowing by itself is a neutral condition. There are 1,000 things you do not know right now, this instant, and they are not troubling you at all, because you are not demanding to know them. You do not know what next Tuesday holds, or what your neighbor is dreaming, or how your life will end, and you lie there perfectly at peace with all of it, because you are not gripping it. The not knowing only becomes agony at the exact point where you begin to insist that it must be resolved, now, before you can rest. It is the insisting that hurts. The insisting is the cage. Rilke saw this with great clarity. His counsel to love the questions is really a counsel to stop insisting, to relax the demand, to let the open thing be open. He is not asking you to enjoy uncertainty or to pretend you do not care about the outcome. He is asking you to loosen the specific, exhausting grip of the demand that you know before you are allowed to be at peace. Drop the demand, and the very same not knowing that was torturing you becomes simply one more of the countless things you do not know and are perfectly fine not knowing. Let your jaw soften. Try it quietly, right now, with your particular question. Instead of "I need to know," see if you can say silently, "I would like to know, and I do not know yet." And that is where things stand tonight. Feel the difference between those. I need to know is a fist. I do not know yet is an open hand. The fact is identical. You are exactly as informed either way. But one posture is at war with reality and the other is at peace with it, and only one of them will ever let you sleep. The Persian poets had an old saying that this too shall pass, and they meant it about both the good and the bad, that no state of things, including this state of not knowing, is permanent, that the very question torturing you tonight will one day be answered or dissolved or simply outgrown, and you will hardly remember how it burned. The not knowing is not forever. It only feels eternal at this hour because the hour is dark and you are tired. By some ordinary afternoon not far from now, you will know, or you will no longer need to. The demand feels permanent. It is not. Notice your breath, moving on its own. So look at the answer you are demanding, and then softly stop demanding it. Not stop caring, stop demanding. Let the fist become an open hand. The question can stay in the open hand all night, weightless, and you can sleep with it resting there, and in the morning you will pick it back up and carry it a little further toward the day it answers itself. The pain was never in the not knowing, it was in the demanding. Loosen the demand, and the night grows kind. Chapter 20, A Name for This. There was a young Englishman, born a whole lifetime before Rilke, who found a name for the very thing we are practicing tonight, and the name is so good that people have kept it alive for 200 years. The young man was the poet John Keats, and he was only 21 when he set it down, almost in passing, in a letter to his brothers around the end of 1817. Keats had been thinking about what made certain people and certain artists so much greater than others, and he decided that the very greatest of them shared one quality, a quality most people lack and never develop. He called it negative capability, and he described it as the capacity to remain in uncertainties, mysteries, and doubts without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. Sit with that phrase for a moment. To remain in uncertainties without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is nothing to reach for right now. What a precise description of what you are failing to do at 2 a.m, and what Keats says the wisest souls learn to do. The reaching after fact and reason, that is the pacing. That is the mind lunging again and again at the locked door, irritable, insistent, unable to bear the open state, demanding a fact the world has not yet produced. Keats noticed that the small, anxious mind cannot tolerate this. It must resolve, must conclude, must have its fact and its reason and its verdict, and it will seize a bad answer rather than sit with an honest, open question. But the large soul, the capable one, can stay in the uncertainty, can rest in the mystery, can hold the doubt without panic, trusting that not everything needs to be nailed shut this instant. He called it negative capability, and the word negative is interesting. He did not mean it as bad. He meant it as a capacity for absence, a strength that shows itself not by grasping, but by refraining, not by doing, but by allowing. It is the strength of the open hand rather than the fist. We usually think of capability as the power to make something happen. Keats saw a rarer capability, the power to let something remain unmade, unknown, unresolved, and to be at peace there. That is a strength too, perhaps the harder one. Let your shoulders drop. And here is the quiet marvel. Keats and Rilke never met, and could not have. Keats was long dead before Rilke was born. They wrote in different languages, in different centuries, about different things. And yet across all that distance, they are saying to you tonight precisely the same sentence. Keats calls it negative capability, remaining in uncertainty without irritable reaching. Rilke calls it loving the questions, being patient toward all that is unsolved. It is one truth found twice by two of the most sensitive minds who ever lived, which is a good sign that it is really true. The capacity to not know and to be at peace anyway is not a weakness or a failure or a thing to be ashamed of. It is, according to two great poets, the very mark of a large and living soul. Notice your breath. You have more of this capability than you think. You use it unnoticed every day, every time you carry on living beside the 1,000 things you cannot know. Tonight, you are only being asked to extend it deliberately to the one hard question that has been demanding an exception. To say to it, you too, I can hold you open. I do not need to reach irritably after your fact tonight. I have the negative capability for you, the patience, the open hand. Come, we will remain in the uncertainty together, and it will not destroy us. Keats promised it does not. Rilke spent a life proving it. You can borrow their courage now. To stay in the mystery without grasping is not weakness. Two poets, 2 centuries apart, called it the mark of a great soul. Chapter 21, Negative Capability. Let us stay with Keats 1 chapter longer, because his own short, brave life is itself an argument for everything he wrote, and because you are closer to sleep now, and this is a good thing to drift on. Keats did not arrive at negative capability as a comfortable theory from a comfortable life. He earned it in the hardest way. He had trained as a surgeon before he gave himself to poetry, so he knew the human body and its failures intimately. He watched his mother die of tuberculosis when he was a boy, and then nursed his younger brother Tom through the same disease until Tom died too. And then, still in his early 20s, Keats began to cough the same blood, and he knew, with a physician's grim certainty, exactly what it meant. He had, at most, a few years. And into those few years he had to fit a whole life's worth of poetry, and a love he could not marry, and the enormous unanswered question of whether any of his work would last or whether he would vanish without a trace. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Let this be told gently. Think of the uncertainties that young man had to hold. Whether he would live, whether he would ever be with the woman he loved, whether his poems, dismissed by the critics of his day, would survive him or be forgotten. He could not know any of it. He was reaching toward everything and could grasp none of it. And yet out of that almost unbearable open state came some of the most serene and luminous poetry in the language. Poems that gaze at nightingales and autumn and stars with a calm that seems impossible for a dying man. He did not get his answers. He died in Rome at 25, believing himself a failure, asking that his grave bear no name, only the words, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." He thought he would be forgotten. He was not. 2 centuries later, schoolchildren know his lines, and his letters are treasured, and the phrase he coined in passing, negative capability, is spoken by people who have never read a single poem of his. The uncertainty he could not resolve resolved itself long after he was gone, in the only direction that mattered. He lived his questions all the way to the end without ever seeing the answers, and the answers came anyway and were kind, though he never got to know it. Let your jaw soften. There is something almost unbearably reassuring in this, if you let it reach you. Keats lay dying, certain he had failed, unable to know that he had in fact triumphed beyond his wildest hope. The answer to his deepest question was already on its way, already true, only not yet visible to him. And that is so often how it is. The thing you are lying awake unable to know may already be settled, already moving toward you, already kinder than you fear, and you simply cannot see it yet from where you lie tonight. Not knowing the answer is not the same as the answer being bad. Keats is the proof. The most beautiful answer of all was already true while he wept over the question. Notice your breath, moving on its own, quiet and steady. So let Keats keep you company as you sink toward sleep. A young man who held more uncertainty than most of us will ever face, and who found in the holding itself a strange grace, and whose unanswered questions turned out, in the end, to have been answered generously all along, behind his back, while he was busy being afraid. Your questions may be the same. Held open, unforced, they may already be resolving, off in the dark, in your favor, in ways you will only see much later. You do not have to see it tonight to trust it. The answer may already be true and kind and simply not yet visible from where you lie. Keats never saw his. It came anyway. Chapter 22. The Courage to Stay Unfinished. If your mind has drifted during the last while, that is fine. You do not need to have followed every word. Come back gently, whenever you like. We are still here, moving slowly through the dark together, and there is nothing you have missed that will not find you again. We have been gathering, tonight, a small company of people who learned to live without the answers, and I want to name what they all had in common, because it is the quality you are building in yourself right now. Simply by lying here and listening instead of pacing, they had the courage to stay unfinished. To be themselves an open question, and to let their lives be open questions, and to keep living anyway, with grace, without the resolution they longed for. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. We tend to think of courage as a loud thing, a charging forward, a facing of dragons. But there is a quieter courage that is harder and rarer, and it is the courage to remain in the unresolved without collapsing into panic or forcing a false conclusion just to end the discomfort. It takes real bravery to say, I do not know how this turns out, and I'm going to live well anyway, today, with kindness and attention in the middle of not knowing. That is the courage of Keats writing odes while dying. It is the courage of Rilke beginning a great work and then waiting 10 years to finish it. It is the courage, honestly, of every ordinary person who has ever received frightening news and gotten up the next morning and made the coffee and kept going, one unresolved day at a time, without any promise that it would be all right. You have that courage. You have used it before, more times than you remember. Every hard season of your life, you lived through its uncertainty without knowing the ending in advance. You did not get the guarantee first. You walked into the fog and kept walking, and here you are, on the far side of fogs you once thought you could not survive. The self lying in this bed is the proof of a courage you rarely give yourself credit for, the plain animal courage to keep living inside an unfinished story. Let your shoulders drop. Rilke believed that being unfinished was not a defect, but the very condition of being alive. A finished thing is a dead thing. A closed question is a question that has stopped growing. As long as you are still living your questions, still open, still becoming, you are still in motion, still capable of surprise, still able to grow into answers you cannot yet imagine. The openness you resent tonight is the same openness that keeps your life from being over. To be unresolved is to be still alive, still on the way, still able to become someone who understands. Notice your breath. So take heart, quietly, in the dark. The courage to stay unfinished is a real and honorable courage, and you are practicing it this very moment, just by lying here without lunging at the door, letting the questions stay open, letting yourself be a person who does not yet know and is at peace anyway, that is not nothing. That is one of the bravest and most grown-up things a human being can do, and you are doing it now, softly, in a warm bed, growing more capable of it with every slow breath. To remain unfinished is to remain alive. You are still becoming, and that is exactly as it should be. Chapter 23. Kierkegaard and the Backward Life. There was a melancholy Danish thinker named Søren Kierkegaard who walked the streets of Copenhagen in the 1840s, turning over the hardest questions of existence, and who left behind one small observation that lands with particular gentleness at this hour. He wrote in his journals that life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Say it to yourself slowly as you lie there. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Here is the whole difficulty of being human, caught in a single sentence. Understanding runs one direction and living runs the other. We can only make sense of our lives by looking back from the far side. Once the meaning has assembled itself, once we can see how one thing led to another, how the hard passage was necessary, how the loss made room for something we could not have foreseen. But we are never allowed to live from that vantage. We are always down in it, at the front edge, moving forward into a fog, making the choices before we can possibly know how they turn out. The understanding is only ever available afterward. The living is only ever required beforehand. That gap between when we must act and when we get to understand is the exact place where you are suffering tonight. Because what you want, lying here, is to understand forward. You want to know now, in advance, what can only be known later, looking back. You want tonight the clarity that is only ever issued in hindsight, and it cannot be done. Kierkegaard is telling you, kindly, that the thing you are demanding is not a thing that exists for anyone. No one understands their life forwards. No one. The wisest, calmest, most put-together person you know is also living forwards into a fog, also unable to see how their story turns out, also making it up as they go with incomplete information, exactly like you. You are not uniquely lost. You are simply awake to the universal condition that most people manage to stay distracted from. Let your jaw soften. There is real relief in that. Once it lands, you are not failing to figure out your life. Your life is simply not yet figure-outable from here, and it never will be until later, when you have lived a little further and can turn and look back and finally see the shape of it. The understanding you crave is not being withheld from you by some failure of effort. It is only quietly not yet due. It arrives on its own schedule from the far side as a gift of hindsight, and no amount of pressing tonight can make it come early. Notice your breath, moving on its own, carrying you forward, which is the only direction any of us can go. So you can stop demanding to understand forward. It is not a skill you are lacking. It is a thing that does not exist. You are allowed to live forward into tonight's fog the way every human who ever lived has had to, trusting that the understanding will come later, from behind, once you have walked far enough for the path to reveal its shape. For now, you only have to take the next step, which, at this hour, is simply to breathe and to rest and to let the fog be fog, unafraid, because everyone is walking in it. And it has always been so, and it has always somehow come out all right enough to keep going. You cannot understand it forward. No one can. You can only live it forward and understand gently. Later, chapter 24, What Cannot Be Hurried. In an earlier letter to the young soldier, before the famous one about loving the questions, Rilke reached for an image from the natural world to explain his whole idea of patience, and it is an image worth lying with as the night deepens. He wrote about how things ripen and about how foolish it is to try to hurry them. He pointed to the trees and to the way their sap rises. He wrote that in the spring the sap climbs, slowly, patiently, and that the tree does not stand there anxious, does not force the sap, does not lie awake fearing that summer will not come. It simply trusts the season and lets the slow work happen in its own time, confident that the storms and the sun will come and pass and that summer arrives regardless, but only to the patient, only to those who can wait as though eternity lay before them, calm and untroubled and still. To let each impression and each seed of feeling, he said, come to completion wholly in itself, in the dark, in the unsayable, beyond the reach of the mind's meddling, and to wait with deep humility for the hour when a new clarity is born. That, he wrote, is to live artistically, in understanding as in creating. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Nothing in you needs to be hurried tonight. We have almost entirely lost this in the world you and I live in. Everything around us promises speed. The answer in a search, the reply in a second, the result overnight, the outcome now. We have been trained by 1,000 small machines to expect that anything worth having can be delivered immediately. And so when we come up against the things that genuinely cannot be hurried, the healing of a grief, the mending of a trust, the ripening of a decision, the slow arrival of clarity, we experience the delay as a malfunction, an outrage, a problem to be solved by pushing harder. And we lie awake pushing, the way a person might lie awake commanding a seed to sprout faster, exhausting themselves against the patient refusal of living things to be rushed. Rilke's tree knows something your sleepless mind has forgotten. The most important things ripen in the dark, slowly, unseen, on a schedule you do not set and cannot accelerate. The clarity you are demanding tonight is like fruit that is simply not ripe yet. You can shake the branch all night and it will not ripen 1 minute sooner. It will only fall, green and bitter and useless. Or it will stay and you will lose your sleep for nothing. Or you can trust the tree. You can trust that the clarity is forming quietly in its own good time, and that your only real task is to keep living, keep tending, and wait, without anxiety, as though you had all the time in the world, which, for the purposes of tonight, you do. Let your shoulders drop. There is a deep rest available in simply accepting the pace of real things. The grief will lift when it lifts. The trust will rebuild at the speed trust rebuilds. The decision will clarify when you have lived far enough into it to see. None of it answers to your impatience. All of it answers to time and to patience and to the slow, faithful work that happens underground while you sleep. And sleep, in fact, is part of how the ripening happens. The mind sorts and settles in the night, quietly, without your supervision, and people wake again and again to find that a thing which was tangled at midnight has come clear by morning. Not because they solved it, but because they let go of it and let the slow work proceed. Notice your breath, unhurried, rising and falling in its own time, like sap, like a season. So let the fruit ripen. Do not shake the branch tonight. The clarity is forming in the dark on its own patient schedule, and your job is only to rest and to trust the tree and to wait as though eternity lay before you, calm, because in the small, warm country of this bed, tonight, it does. What cannot be hurried will ripen on its own. Your only task tonight is to rest while it does. Chapter 25. Montaigne's Question. 300 years before Rilke, a Frenchman named Michel de Montaigne retreated to a round stone tower on his estate near Bordeaux, lined the walls with books, and spent the rest of his life writing down, with astonishing honesty, what it was actually like to be a particular human being who did not have the answers. And he chose for his personal motto a single question which he had carved into the beam of his study so he would see it every day. Que sais-je? What do I know? What do I know? Not as despair, as a kind of freedom. Feel the weight of your body against the bed as we sit with this old, gentle man. Montaigne had watched his century tear itself apart over people's absolute certainties. Religious wars, men killing each other by the thousand because each side was sure it possessed the final truth. And he came to distrust certainty itself, to see in the loud, confident claim to know a kind of danger, and in the honest admission of not knowing a kind of sanity and peace. He turned what do I know into a way of life. Faced with any large question, he would turn it over and consider it from every side, and arrive contentedly at a shrug. I do not know. How could I know? And rather than tormenting him, that shrug set him free. Free from the exhausting need to defend a certainty he did not really have. Free to remain curious, open, amused, at ease in a world he did not pretend to have figured out. There is a lesson here for the sleepless, and it is subtler than it first appears. We tend to assume that not knowing is a painful, unstable, temporary state, and that knowing is the solid ground we are all trying to reach. Montaigne quietly reversed that. He suspected that certainty was the unstable thing, brittle, defensive, always under threat, always having to be propped up against doubt, and that honest not knowing was actually the more stable and restful place to stand. The person who has to be certain is never safe, because certainty can always be challenged. But the person who has made peace with not knowing has nothing left to defend. They have already conceded the one thing everyone else is fighting to protect. And in that concession is a strange, deep, unshakable calm. Let your jaw soften. You could try Montaigne's shrug tonight on your own hard question. Not a shrug of not caring, but a shrug of honest humility. What do I know? Truly, what do I actually know right now, tonight, about how this turns out? And the honest answer is almost nothing, and neither does anyone else. And that has been the situation of every human being who ever lay awake, and they survived it, and so will you. There is room to breathe in that shrug. There is even a kind of companionship in it, the companionship of everyone who ever admitted, honestly, that they were making their way through a life they did not fully understand. Notice your breath, moving on its own. Montaigne lived to a decent age for his time, and he died, by all accounts, without ever resolving the great questions he spent his life turning over. He did not need to. He had found something better than answers, which was a comfortable, curious, humble way of living beside the questions, at ease with what do I know, at home in his own uncertainty, as in a well-worn chair. His book has kept people company for 400 years, not because he told them what to think, but because he showed them how to be gently, honestly unsure, and to make of that unsureness not a torment but a kind of peace. So carve his question softly into the beam of tonight. What do I know? And let the honest answer, so little, be not a source of fear but a release from the exhausting pretense that you were ever supposed to know more. What do I know? Almost nothing tonight, and that is the oldest and most restful truth there is. Chapter 26. The comfort of I do not know. Let us stay another moment with those three small words, because they may be the most underrated source of peace available to a human being, and because you are drifting now, and they are good words to drift on. I do not know. We are taught from very early that I do not know is an admission of failure. In school, it was the wrong answer, the empty space on the test, the thing that made you feel small when the teacher's eyes moved to you. So we grew up ashamed of it, hiding it, filling in guesses rather than admitting the blank. And eventually we came to feel that not knowing was itself a kind of deficiency in us, a personal shortcoming rather than the simple universal condition of being a small creature in a vast and unfinished world. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. But consider that the wisest human beings, again and again across every tradition, have circled back to I do not know as the beginning of wisdom rather than its opposite. There was an old story about the Greek philosopher Socrates, that an oracle declared him the wisest man in Athens, and that he was baffled by this because he felt he knew nothing at all. And he finally decided the oracle must mean that he was wisest precisely because he alone knew that he did not know, while everyone around him walked in the false confidence of knowledge they did not really possess. His wisdom was not a stockpile of answers. It was an honest and fearless relationship with the limits of his own understanding. There is a great softening that becomes possible when you stop treating "I do not know" as a wound. Notice how much energy you spend in the ordinary run of your days, pretending to a certainty you do not feel, bracing to defend opinions you are not really sure of, lying awake trying to manufacture a knowledge that is not available to you. All of that is effort. All of it is a kind of clenching, and you can lay it all down the moment you allow yourself to say, simply and without shame, "I do not know, and that is all right, and I do not have to." Let your shoulders drop. Tonight, "I do not know" is not your failure. It is your honest and accurate report on the situation. You do not know how it turns out. You are not supposed to. No one handed anyone the answers in advance. And the moment you stop treating your not knowing as a problem you are failing to solve, and start treating it as simply the truthful shape of this hour, something in the chest unclenches. You are no longer at war with reality. You have stopped demanding that the world be more certain than it is. You have accepted the actual terms of being alive, which have always included a great deal of not knowing. And in that acceptance is the first real rest of the night. Notice your breath moving on its own, asking nothing, knowing nothing, perfectly at peace. Say it to yourself gently as you sink towards sleep. "I do not know how this turns out." And then the harder and more freeing half. "And I do not have to know tonight in order to rest." Let those words be a pillow under the tired part of your mind. There is nothing more you are required to figure out before you are allowed to sleep. The not knowing is permitted. The not knowing is honest. The not knowing is in fact where all of us live all the time. And it is a survivable and even a peaceful place once you stop fighting it. I do not know, and I do not have to. Let those be the softest words in the room. Chapter 27, Simone Weil and the Open Hand. We touched earlier on Simone Weil, the French philosopher who thought so deeply about attention. Let us return to her now, because she understood something about the difference between grasping and receiving that speaks directly to the tight, reaching quality of a sleepless mind. Weil was an unusual person, fierce and frail at once. Born to a comfortable family, brilliant enough to out-argue nearly anyone, she nonetheless left the classroom to work in factories and fields because she refused to think about human labor she had not felt in her own hands. She wore herself out young in the service of what she believed, and died at only 34. But in her notebooks, she left behind ideas of great and quiet power. And one of them was this: that the deepest things cannot be seized, they can only be received, and that the whole discipline of a good life is learning to wait with an open and attentive hand for what cannot be grabbed. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. She wrote that attention, real attention, is not a straining. It is not the furrowed, effortful, muscular thing we usually imagine. It is closer to a waiting, a receptivity, a holding of oneself open and still so that the truth can arrive. If you clench too hard after understanding, she believed, you actually push it away, the way grasping too tightly at water drives it out between your fingers. The truth comes to the patient, open, waiting mind, and flees the grasping one. And so she counseled a kind of active patience, a stillness that is not passive but alert, a waiting that is full of attention rather than full of demand. Think about what your mind is doing tonight, and you will see it is the opposite of Weil's open hand. It is grasping. It is clutching after an answer, straining, reaching, clenching around a thing it cannot hold. And, exactly as she warned, the clutching drives the peace away. The harder you grab at sleep, at certainty, at resolution, the further they retreat, because grasping is the very posture that keeps them out. You have surely noticed this with sleep itself. The nights you most desperately chase it are the nights it most stubbornly eludes you, and it returns only when you finally give up the chase and let your hand fall open. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands, wherever they are resting, grow soft and open. Weil would say the answer you long for is more likely to come to an open hand than a clenched one. Not because the universe rewards relaxation, but because the clenched, demanding, grasping state of mind is itself unable to receive. Clarity, peace, even good ideas tend to arrive sideways, in the loosened moment, in the shower, on the walk, in the drift towards sleep, precisely when you have stopped straining after them. The open hand is not weaker than the fist. It is the only shape that can actually receive. Notice your breath, moving on its own, received rather than forced. So, let this hour be a practice of the open hand, not grasping after the answer, not clutching after sleep, just lying here, open, attentive, receptive, letting whatever comes come, letting whatever stays away stay away, holding the whole night in an open palm rather than a fist. Weil found in that openness something close to the sacred. You do not have to go that far tonight. You only have to let your hand fall open, and your mind with it, and let the grasping end. The open hand receives what the fist drives away. Let your hand and your mind fall open now. Chapter 28. Attention instead of grasping. If you have drifted off and come back, welcome back. You have missed nothing. If you are still here, this is one of the parts I most wanted you to hear, so let us go gently into it together. We have been circling a single motion all night, the motion from grasping to receiving, from the fist to the open hand, from demanding the answer to attending to what is actually here. And I want to make that motion very concrete now, small enough to actually do, lying in this bed, in the dark, right now. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Weil said attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. She meant that to give something your full, quiet attention, without trying to use it or grab it or turn it immediately into a thought about yourself, is a kind of love, perhaps the truest kind. And the beautiful thing about attention is that it lives entirely in the present. You cannot attend to the future. It is not here to be attended to. You can only worry about the future spin stories about it, dread it. But attention has nothing to grasp there. Attention can only rest on what actually exists, which is always only here. So, the whole storm of your mind, the pacing, the rehearsing, the grasping after the unknowable outcome, can be gently interrupted by the simplest possible act. Move your attention out of the imagined future and onto one real present thing. The weight of the blanket, the temperature of the air, the small sounds of the house settling, the rise and fall of your own breath. This is not a technique to trick yourself asleep, though it may help you sleep. It is a return from the country of the unanswerable, where you have been lost, to the country of the actual, where everything, right now, is well. Let your shoulders drop. Let your attention rest softly on the feeling of the bed beneath you. Not thinking about it, just feeling it. Notice what happens when you do this, even for a few seconds. The future, with all its terrors, cannot be felt. It is not here. There is no diagnosis in this room, no verdict, no catastrophe, no locked door. There is only a warm bed, a breathing body, a quiet dark, a person at rest. The whole apparatus of dread depends on your attention being elsewhere, out in the imagined future. Bring your attention home to the present, and the dread has nothing to stand on. It does not disappear by force. It simply loses its ground, because its ground was always the future, and you have quietly stepped out of the future and back into the only moment that is real. Notice your breath, moving on its own, entirely in the present. This is Rilke's patient looking and Weil's open attention, and Marcus Aurelius returning again and again to the present hour, all of it gathered into one small, doable act. Attend to what is here. When the mind drifts back to the future, as it will, do not fight it. Just gently bring the attention home again, to the breath, to the weight, to the dark, to the real. Over and over, as many times as it takes, with no impatience, no scorekeeping, no demand. Each return is a small homecoming. Each return is the open hand, chosen again. And somewhere in all those gentle returns, without your noticing the moment, attention softens into rest, and rest into sleep. You do not have to grasp the future. You only have to attend to the present, which is here and quiet and kind. Chapter 29, The Dragons in the Old Stories. Rilke had a way of reaching into the old fairy tales for images that could hold hard truths gently, and there is one such image from the same letters to the young soldier that I have saved for this part of the night, when you are soft and drifting, because it may quietly change how you meet the thing you fear. He was writing about fear and about the frightening turns a life can take, the losses, the dangers, the dark passages. And he reached for the old stories in which dragons guard treasure and threaten heroes. He wrote that perhaps all the dragons in our lives are princesses who are only waiting to see us act, just once, with beauty and courage. Perhaps everything that frightens us is, in its deepest essence, something helpless that wants our love. Let that reach you slowly. Perhaps everything that frightens us is, in its deepest essence, something helpless that wants our love. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. It is a strange and beautiful reversal, and you have to sit with it a while to feel its weight. We meet the frightening thing as an enemy. The dragon is here to destroy us, so we either fight it or flee it, and either way we are locked in opposition to it, braced, armored, at war. But Rilke suggests another possibility, that the frightening thing is not an enemy at all, but something helpless in disguise, something that has taken a terrible shape precisely because it has been met always with terror, and that what it is actually waiting for, underneath the scales and the smoke, is not to be defeated, but to be seen with courage and, perhaps even, impossibly, to be loved. Think of the question that frightens you tonight, the unknown you are braced against. You have been treating it as a dragon, an enemy, a threat to be defeated by force of worry. But what if it is one of Rilke's princesses in dragon form? What if the frightening uncertainty in your life is not out to destroy you, but is, in some way you cannot yet see, waiting for you to meet it differently, with less war and more courage, with less clenching and more of that strange, tender attention we have been practicing all night? What if the thing you fear is helpless in its way, as helpless as you, and simply caught, like you, in the difficult shape of an unfinished story? Let your jaw soften. This does not mean the hard thing is secretly good, or that everything happens for a reason, or any of the easy consolations Rilke would have despised. He was too honest for that. He is saying something subtler, that the posture of terror and war, which we automatically take toward the frightening, may itself be part of what keeps the frightening so frightening. That many of the dragons of a life reveal a different face entirely when we finally stop fighting them and turn toward them with courage and even tenderness. The grief that becomes, met gently over years, a deepened capacity to love. The failure that becomes, met without shame, a truer direction. The uncertainty that becomes, met with patience. The very openness in which something new can grow. Notice your breath moving on its own. You do not have to slay tonight's dragon, Rilke would say. You probably cannot, and that the trying only exhausts you. You are asked to do something harder and gentler, to look at the frightening thing with a little courage, and to wonder quietly whether it might be, in its deepest essence, not an enemy at all, but something helpless and unfinished, like you, waiting only to be met with beauty and courage rather than terror. Perhaps it is a princess. Perhaps it is waiting for you to stop fighting and simply, bravely, turn toward it. Perhaps everything that frightens you is something helpless that only wants your courage. Turn toward it, gently, and see. Chapter 30. Perhaps they are princesses. Let us stay in the world of Rilke's dragons a little longer, because it is a soft place to rest, and because the reversal he offers is worth turning over slowly, like a smooth stone, as you sink further toward sleep. The old stories, the ones Rilke reached for, are wiser than we give them credit for. In them, the hero does not usually win by being stronger than the dragon. He wins by being braver or truer or kinder, by keeping a promise, by showing mercy, by not fleeing when everything in him wants to flee. The dragon is not really a test of strength. It is a test of character, a test of whether the hero can meet the frightening thing without being turned cruel or cowardly by it. And the treasure the dragon guards is never really gold. It is the person the hero becomes by facing it well. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Rilke believed our lives are shaped exactly this way. That the frightening passages, the dark uncertainties, the dragons, are not obstacles blocking us from our real life, but are themselves the places where our real life is decided, where we become who we are going to be. The treasure is not on the far side of the fear, waiting for us once we have gotten the uncertainty resolved and out of the way. The treasure is in the facing itself, in who we become by meeting the hard thing with courage rather than being made small and bitter by it. You are not waiting tonight for your real life to begin once you finally know how things turn out. Your real life is happening right now, in how you meet the not knowing. This is the dragon. This is the test. And it is not a test of whether you can force the answer. It is a test of whether you can stay kind and brave and open while you wait. Let your shoulders drop. There is a great dignity in seeing it this way, and it changes the whole feeling of a sleepless night. You are not simply a victim of your uncertainty, lying here suffering, waiting for relief. You are, in this very hour, doing one of the deepest kinds of human work there is. You are learning to meet the frightening unknown with grace. You are becoming, breath by breath, a person who can hold an open question without panic, who can be at peace before the answer comes, who does not need certainty in order to be kind and calm and whole. That is the treasure. That is what the dragon was guarding all along, not the answer to your question. The person you become by learning to wait for it well, notice your breath moving on its own. And Rilke's tenderness goes even further, softer as we drift. Perhaps, he said, the dragon is a princess. Perhaps the frightening thing is helpless and waiting for your love. So perhaps, tonight, you can offer the uncertainty in your life, not war, and not even just courage, but something gentler still, a kind of welcome, a softening toward it. Yes, you can say to the open question, you frighten me, and you are also somehow part of my life, part of my becoming, and I will not meet you only with terror anymore. I will sit with you. I will keep you company in the dark. I will treat you as I would treat anything unfinished and afraid, which is gently, which is with patience, which is, as much as I am able, with love. Let the dragon lie down beside you, no longer an enemy. Let the fearful thing be, tonight, something you are learning to hold with tenderness. Perhaps the dragon is a princess. Perhaps the fear only wants your love. Offer it gently and rest. Chapter 31. The Fear That Asks to Be Held. There was a gentle monk named Thich Nhat Hanh, who lived through a war that tore his country apart, who was exiled from his homeland for decades, and who never, through all of it, lost his softness. And he taught a way of meeting fear that is very close to Rilke's dragons, but even more tender, and it is a good thing to hold as you lie here in the dark. He said that when fear arises, or anxiety, or any difficult feeling, we should not try to fight it, and we should not try to push it away, because both the fighting and the pushing only give it more energy and make it more solid. Instead, he said, we should hold our fear the way a mother holds a crying child, gently, tenderly. Not to make it stop, not even to fix it, but simply to be present with it, to let it know it is not alone, to hold it until it quiets on its own the way a held child eventually quiets. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. This is such a different instruction from the one we usually give ourselves. When fear rises in the night, our first move is almost always to try to make it go away. We argue with it, we reason against it, we distract ourselves from it, we tell ourselves to stop being ridiculous, and none of it works, because fear does not respond to being fought. Fought, it fights back. Argued with, it finds new arguments. Fear is not persuaded by force, but it does slowly respond to being held, to being met with a kind of warm, patient presence that says, I know you are afraid, come here, I am not going anywhere, we will sit together until you settle. Thich Nhat Hanh believed the present moment was the only place this holding could happen, because the present is the only moment we actually have. The present moment, he said, is the only moment available to us. Fear lives by dragging us into the imagined future, but the tender holding of fear happens only here, only now, only in this breath. So, when the fear about your unanswered question rises tonight, you might try his way rather than the way of war. Not, stop it, go away, this is stupid, but instead, gently, there you are. I feel you. You are afraid because you do not know how this turns out. Of course you are. Come here. I will hold you a while. Let your jaw soften. Let whatever fear is in you be held, rather than fought. There is a mother in you, or a father, or simply a kind adult, who knows how to hold a frightened child, who does not shout at the child for being afraid, who does not demand that the child immediately stop, who simply gathers the child up and stays. You can turn that same tenderness inward tonight. The frightened part of you, the part that needs to know, the part that is bracing against the unknown, is not an enemy to be defeated. It is a scared child inside you who has been trying all its life to keep you safe by knowing everything in advance, and who is very tired, and who mostly just needs to be held and told that it is all right to not know, that you are safe now, that it can rest. Notice your breath, moving on its own, steady as a hand on a child's back. So hold your fear tonight the way you would hold a frightened child. Not fighting it, not fixing it, just being warmly, patiently present with it, here, in this moment, the only moment there is, until it quiets, as held things do, and softens, and finally, trusting that it is safe, falls asleep in your arms, and you with it. The fear does not need to be defeated, it needs to be held. Hold it gently here, now, until it quiets. Chapter 32, What Love Asks of Two People. Many of the questions that keep us awake are about the people we love, whether they are all right, whether they forgive us, whether they will stay, whether we have loved them well enough. And Rilke, who thought about love as carefully as he thought about anything, had a vision of it that can bring real peace to these particular nighttime questions, though it asks something difficult of us. He did not believe that love meant two people dissolving into one, each becoming the other's whole world, each responsible for the other's every feeling, each fully known and fully knowable to the other. That vision of love, he thought, though it sounds romantic, actually crushes both people, because no one can be another's entire world without being deformed by the weight of it, and no one can be fully known, because no one is fully knowable, not even to themselves. Instead, he offered a stranger and more spacious picture. He wrote that love consists in this, that two solitudes protect and border and greet each other, that the highest task of two people is to guard each other's solitude. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Guard each other's solitude. Sit with that. It means that even in the closest love, there remains in each person a private inner country that the other cannot fully enter, and that mature love does not resent this or try to conquer it, but honors it, protects it, stands guard at its border with tenderness. The person you love most is and will always remain, in some final way, a mystery to you, an unfinished and unknowable other. And this is not a failure of your love or a problem to be solved. It is simply the truth of loving another whole human being who is as vast and unresolved on the inside as you are. Here is why this matters at 2 a.m. So much of the nighttime anguish about the people we love comes from a demand that we know them completely, that we resolve them, that we be certain of their hearts. Does she really forgive me? Is he truly all right? What are they really thinking? And we lie awake, trying to see inside another person as if we could, as if love entitled us to certainty about their inner life. But Rilke would say, gently, that you cannot and that you were never meant to, and that the not knowing of another person is not a threat to love, but is woven into its very nature. You can love someone with your whole heart and still not be able to see inside them. In fact, the loving requires the not seeing, requires that you let them remain a free and unknowable other rather than an object you have finally pinned down. Let your shoulders drop. There is a strange peace in accepting this. You do not have to resolve the people you love tonight. You do not have to be certain of their hearts in order to love them or be loved by them. You can let them be, as Rilke would have it, two solitudes bordering and greeting each other, close and yet each finally mysterious, each finally free. The uncertainty you feel about someone you love is not a sign that something is wrong. It is the space in which their freedom and yours actually lives. Love does not require certainty about the other. It only requires that you keep faith across the mystery, that you go on loving the unknowable person as they are, without demanding they become fully known. Notice your breath, moving on its own, so the questions about the people you love can rest tonight too. You are not required to see inside them. You are only required to love them, which you already do, across a distance that no love has ever fully closed, and which was never meant to close. Let them be, tonight, mysterious and free and loved. And let yourself be the same, and let the not knowing between you be, as Rilke saw it, not a wall, but a shared and tender border, guarded on both sides with care. You do not have to know the hearts of those you love. You have only to keep loving them across the mystery. That is what love has always been. Chapter 33, The People We Cannot Predict. Let us stay near the people we love one chapter more, because they are so often the ones we lie awake over, and because there is a particular kind of peace available once we stop demanding to predict them. We spend a great deal of the night, if we are honest, running other people through the machinery of our worry, trying to compute what they will do, what she will say when we finally talk.
Whether he is angry underneath his silence, how they will take the news, what they really meant by that look, that pause, that unanswered message.
We treat the people in our lives as problems to be solved, as equations we could balance if we only had enough information, and we lie awake gathering evidence, building cases, rehearsing scenarios, trying to arrive at certainty about beings who are, by their very nature, uncertain. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. But people are not equations, and they cannot be solved. This is worth saying plainly, because so much nighttime suffering rests on the hidden belief that other people are, in principle, predictable, that if we just thought hard enough, we could know what they will do. We cannot. They cannot, half the time, predict themselves. The person you are lying awake trying to compute is a free agent, moved by moods and memories and needs you cannot see, capable of surprising you, capable of surprising themselves, unfinished and changing exactly as you are. The certainty you are trying to reach about them does not exist, not because you lack information, but because they have not decided yet. Because the future of any relationship is genuinely open, genuinely unwritten, right up until it happens. And this too, once you accept it, is a mercy. Because if people cannot be predicted, then you can stop the exhausting and impossible labor of predicting them. You can lay down the case file. You can stop gathering evidence about what the silence means, stop rehearsing the conversation for the 40th time, stop trying to compute a person who cannot be computed. It was never going to work. The certainty you were straining toward was never available. And the moment you accept that a person is genuinely free and genuinely unknowable, you are released from the duty of knowing them in advance, which is a duty no one could ever fulfill. Let your jaw soften. Carl Rogers, the psychologist who spent his life closely listening to people, came to believe that the deepest thing we can offer another person is not our analysis of them, but our acceptance, our willingness to let them be who they are without needing to control or predict or fix them. He found that people actually change and open precisely when they feel accepted rather than managed, received rather than solved. And there is a lesson in that for your own peace tonight. The people you love do not need you to lie awake computing them. They need you to trust them enough to be free, to be uncertain, to be themselves, and to meet them freshly when the moment actually comes, rather than through the fog of 40 rehearsed versions. Notice your breath, moving on its own. So let the people in your questions be free tonight. Stop trying to predict them. You cannot, and you were never meant to, and the trying only costs you sleep while changing nothing about what they will actually do. When the moment comes, you will meet them, and you will find your words then, freshly, as you always somehow do, and it will be more honest for not having been rehearsed to death in the dark. Release them from your prediction. Release yourself from the impossible task. Let the people you love be unpredictable and free, and let that be, tonight, not a terror, but a kind of peace. You cannot predict the people you love, and you were never meant to. Let them be free and rest. Chapter 34, Tolstoy and the Hidden Rope. There is a story I have been saving for this hour, when you are deep in the night, about one of the most famous men who ever lived, and a season when the largest question of all nearly destroyed him, and how he came through it. The man was the Russian novelist Leo Tolstoy, and Rilke, as a young man, actually traveled to Russia and met him and never forgot him. By his early 50s, Tolstoy had everything a human being is supposed to want. He had written the greatest novels of his age and was famous across the world. He had a large estate, a wife, many children, wealth, health, honor, the love of readers everywhere. And yet, at the height of all of it, he was ambushed by a question so heavy it nearly killed him. The question was simply, why? Why go on? What is the meaning of any of it, if it all ends in death? He could not answer it, and the not knowing became so unbearable that he wrote later that he had to hide the rope in his room so that he would not hang himself, and stop taking his gun on hunting trips for fear of what he might do. The most successful man alive was undone, not by failure, but by a question he could not answer. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. This is told gently, and it comes out toward the light. What saved Tolstoy is worth knowing, because it was not, in the end, an answer to the question. He looked everywhere for one. He studied science, which told him how the world worked, but not why to live. He studied philosophy, which only sharpened the question without resolving it, and slowly he noticed something that changed everything. He noticed that the ordinary people around him, the peasants who worked his land, people with far harder lives than his, were not destroyed by this question at all. They lived and labored and loved and died with a kind of peace he could not find in all his brilliance. And it was not because they had solved the riddle of meaning. It was because they were living the question instead of demanding to solve it. They were rooted in something, in work, in love, in faith, in the plain daily acts of a life, and that rootedness carried them across the abyss that all of Tolstoy's thinking could not bridge. Tolstoy did not get his answer, He wrote a whole book about this crisis, and if you read it looking for the neat solution, you will not find one. What he found instead was a way to live with the question, a way to keep going without the answer, a shift from demanding meaning as a fact to be proven to living meaning as a life to be led. The question that had nearly killed him did not get solved. It got outlived. He kept living, kept working, kept loving, and the terrible weight of the why slowly became bearable, not because he answered it, but because he stopped making his life conditional on answering it. Let your shoulders drop. There is deep comfort in this for anyone whose sleepless question is one of the large ones, the why questions, the ones about meaning and purpose and whether any of it matters. Tolstoy is proof that you can survive that question without solving it, that the greatest minds have stood exactly where you are standing and found no answer either, and lived anyway, and even, eventually, found peace. The question does not have to be answered for you to keep living well. It only has to be outlived, day by day, in the plain acts of a real life, until its terrible weight quietly lifts, as it did for Tolstoy, not through a solution, but through the simple, stubborn continuing of a life lived forward. Notice your breath, moving on its own. So if your question tonight is one of the vast ones, take heart from an old Russian who held the vastest of all and came through. You do not have to answer it. You have only to keep living, gently, one ordinary day at a time, and let the living itself carry you across the place where thinking fails. The rope can stay hidden. The morning will come. And the question, unanswered, will grow lighter than you can now believe, simply because you kept living underneath it. The largest questions are not solved. They are outlived. Keep living gently, and the weight will lift. Chapter 35. When the question is why. Let us stay with the great why a little longer, softly, because it visits almost everyone at some hour, and because there is a way through it that does not require you to become a philosopher at 2 a.m. The question of meaning has a particular way of arriving in the dark. In the daylight, busy, occupied, it stays quiet. But at night, when everything is stripped away, when the tasks stop and the noise stops, and you are alone with the bare fact of your existence, it can rise up and ask with terrible simplicity, what is all this for? And there is no fact you can reach for to answer it, no proof, no certainty. And so it can feel like standing at the edge of a great darkness. Many good and thoughtful people know this hour. You are not strange or broken for having met it. You are in the oldest human company there is. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Viktor Frankl, who survived the worst that the last century could do to a human being, came out of it with a conviction that speaks to exactly this. He came to believe that we are not really the ones who get to ask life for its meaning and demand an answer. Rather, he said, life asks the question of us, and we answer it. Not with words, not with a theory, but with our lives, with how we choose to live, with what we give ourselves to, with the way we meet what we are given. The meaning is not a fact hidden somewhere, that we must find before we are allowed to rest. The meaning is something we make day by day through our loving and our working and our bearing of what must be born. It is not discovered, it is lived into being. Do you hear how close that is to Rilke, across all the distance between them? Rilke says, do not demand the answer, live the question, and you will live your way into it. Frankl says, do not demand that life justify itself to you, answer it instead with how you live. Both are turning you away from the impossible demand for an answer in advance and toward the one thing actually in your power, which is how you live right now in the not knowing. You cannot prove the meaning of your life tonight, but you can live it. You can love the people in front of you. You can do your work with care. You can meet your suffering with dignity. And in the doing, the meaning you could never prove quietly comes into being, not as a conclusion, but as a life. Let your jaw soften. So, when the great why rises tonight, you do not have to answer it, and you do not have to be frightened by your inability to answer it. You can let it be one more question you are living rather than solving. You can say to it gently, I do not know the final answer to you, and I am not sure anyone does, and I am going to keep living well anyway, keep loving, keep working, keep meeting each day with as much grace as I can find, and let that be my answer, offered not in words, but in a life. That is enough. That has always been enough. The people who seem most at peace with the meaning of their lives are almost never the ones who solved it in their heads. They are the ones who lived it, faithfully into being. Notice your breath, moving on its own, itself a small, quiet yes to being alive. The why does not have to be answered before you sleep. It only has to be lived gently day by day, and the living is the answer. Let the great question rest beside you now, unanswered and unafraid, and let yourself rest with it. You answer the question of your life not with a proof, but with a life. Live it gently and let the why rest. Chapter 36. The long silence. If you have been drifting in and out, that is exactly right, and you have missed nothing you need. If you are still awake, come close, because we are turning now toward the last part of the night and toward a story I promised you at the very beginning, about a sentence that came out of a storm, and about 10 years of silence. We left Rilke as a young man in Paris, learning from Rodin how to work and how to look. The years that followed were not simple. He wrote a strange, intense novel, the only one he ever finished, pouring into it all the fear and wonder of those Paris years. He kept moving, kept writing, kept deepening. And then, in the winter of 1911 and 1912, he was staying at a castle called Duino on the cliffs above the Adriatic Sea, as the guest of a princess who admired his work, and there something happened that would define the rest of his life. Feel the weight of your body where it rests, as we come to this. The story, as Rilke told it, is this. He was walking along the cliffs above the sea, troubled, turning over a tiresome practical matter, a business letter he had to answer. The wind was tremendous, a real storm coming off the water. And in the middle of that wind, he seemed to hear a voice call out to him a single line, the first line of a great poem. Who, if I cried out, would hear me among the angels' hierarchies? He stopped. He took out his notebook and wrote it down, and a few more lines came with it. Something enormous had begun. He could feel it. It was the opening of what would become his masterpiece, a sequence of long poems he would call the Duino Elegies, after that castle on the cliff. And then it stopped. The great thing had announced itself, had given him its first breath, and then it went silent. And the silence lasted not days, not months, but 10 years. 10 years in which Rilke carried the unfinished elegies inside him, unable to complete them, unable to force them, living with an open question of the largest kind, a work he knew was the most important of his life, begun and then stalled, present and yet withheld. He could not command it to continue. He could only wait and live and carry it through a world war that scattered everything, through his own dark seasons, through years when he must have wondered if it would ever come, if he had been abandoned by the very voice that had called to him in the storm. Let your shoulders drop. I tell you this now, near the end of your own long night, because it is the deepest possible picture of what we have been practicing. Here was one of the greatest artists who ever lived, given the beginning of his greatest work, and then made to wait 10 years for the rest, with no guarantee it would ever come. If anyone had reason to lie awake demanding an answer, to force the locked door, to despair at the not knowing, it was Rilke in those silent years. And what did he do? He waited. He lived the question. He held the unfinished thing with patience and did other work and kept faith through 10 years of silence that what had begun would, in its own time and not before, complete itself. Notice your breath, moving on its own, patient, unhurried. Your question tonight has not kept you waiting 10 years. And even if it had, Rilke's silence would tell you that the waiting is not the same as abandonment, that a thing can be forming in the dark all through the silence, that the answer withheld is not the answer denied. He waited 10 years in the dark, and then, at last, the silence broke. We come to how it broke, and to what it gives you in a moment. For now, only hold this. He waited, and it was not wasted, and what he was waiting for was already on its way. He waited 10 years in the silence, and the silence was not empty. What was coming was already coming. So is yours. Chapter 37, Duino and the Voice in the Storm. So, how did the silence end? After 10 years of carrying the unfinished elegies, of waiting through war and loss and doubt, how did Rilke finally live his way into the answer he had been given the first line of on a stormy cliff a decade before? It came, when it came, in a rush that astonished even him. In February of 1922, he was staying alone in a small stone tower called Muso. in a quiet valley in Switzerland. He had been preparing himself in his patient way, tending the ground, waiting. And then, over the course of a few short weeks, the dam simply broke. The elegies that had been stalled for 10 years came pouring out of him, one after another, completing themselves at last. And not only the elegies. In the very same weeks, entirely unexpected, a whole other great work arrived alongside them, a sequence of poems he called the Sonnets to Orpheus. More than 50 of them, which he had never planned, and which came to him almost as a gift, as if the long-dammed river, once released, overflowed its banks in every direction.
Feel the weight of your body where it rests, as we come to this good ending.
Rilke wrote to his friends about those weeks with something like awe, describing it as a storm of the spirit, an event that had seized him and worked through him, that he had been merely the one it happened to. 10 years of silence, and then, in a matter of days, the work of a lifetime completed itself, more fully and more abundantly than he had ever dared hope. The waiting had not been empty after all. All through those silent years, in the dark, out of sight, the thing had been growing, ripening, gathering itself. And when it was finally ready, it came not because he forced it, but because he had been patient enough and faithful enough to still be there, still open, still waiting when its hour arrived. Let that be a light for you, here in the last part of your own night. The answer Rilke could not force for 10 years arrived. In the end, in a flood, in its own time, more generous than the demand could ever have made it. And it arrived precisely because he did not give up on it, and precisely because he did not try to force it before it was ready. He held the open question with patience for 10 years, and it repaid that patience beyond all reckoning. Let your shoulders drop. Your questions are not the Duino Elegies, and your silence is not 10 years. But the shape of the thing is the same, and it is one of the truest shapes there is. What you are waiting to know is forming, right now, in the dark, out of your sight, on a schedule you do not control. And your only task, the whole of it, is to be patient enough and faithful enough to still be here, still open, still living when its hour comes. Not to force it, not to tear the unripe answer from the branch, just to keep living the question gently, day after day, trusting, as Rilke trusted through 10 silent years, that what has begun in you will, in its own time, complete itself. Notice your breath, moving on its own, patient as 10 years, patient as a single night. The storm that gave Rilke his first line on the cliff, and the storm of the spirit that finally completed the work a decade later, were the same wind blowing on its own schedule, arriving when it arrived. You cannot summon that wind. You can only keep your window open and wait and trust. And tonight, keeping the window open looks like exactly one thing. It looks like resting. It looks like letting the unfinished thing be unfinished and sleeping, while in the dark it quietly grows toward its hour. The answer comes in its own time, and often in a flood. Your task is only to still be here, open when it arrives. Tonight, that means rest. Chapter 38. What the Angels Were. The great poems Rilke finished in that tower open with a cry about angels, and his angels are worth knowing softly at this hour, because they are not the gentle winged figures you might expect, and what they truly are turns out to be a strange comfort. Who, if I cried out, would hear me among the angels' hierarchies? That was the line that came to him in the storm. And Rilke was careful to say that his angels had almost nothing to do with the angels of religion, the kindly guardians of picture books. His angels were something vaster and more terrible, beings so complete, so far beyond the human, that to encounter one fully would be almost unbearable. Every angel, he wrote, is terrifying. They were his image for a reality so much larger than our small understanding that we can barely stand in its presence. The sheer, overwhelming vastness of existence itself, beautiful beyond bearing and utterly beyond our ability to grasp or control. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Now you might think that would make his poems bleak, this vision of a reality too vast and terrible for us to comprehend. But something remarkable happens across the course of the Elegies. Rilke does not end in despair before the overwhelming vastness. He ends, instead, in a kind of praise. He turns, in the later poems, toward the small, passing, earthly things. The things that do not last. A house, a bridge, a jug, a tree, a person, and he finds that our very smallness and transience, the fact that we are here so briefly and understand so little, is not only our limitation, but somehow our gift, our task, even our glory. We are the ones, he suggests, who get to love the passing things precisely because we and they are passing. The angels, in their terrible completeness, cannot do this. Only we can, we brief and baffled creatures, who see so little and love so much. Do you feel what he is offering underneath the strange imagery? He is saying that our not knowing, our smallness, our inability to grasp the vast reality we are part of, is not a curse to be escaped, but the very condition of a particular kind of love and praise that only we can offer. The angel, who knows everything, who grasps the whole, cannot love a single passing evening the way you can, precisely because you do not know how many you have left. Your uncertainty, your limitation, your not knowing is bound up with your capacity to cherish, to attend, to be moved. To know everything would be to lose something essential. The mystery you resent is inseparable from the tenderness you are capable of. Let your jaw soften. This is a deep and consoling turn, and it reframes the whole struggle of your night. You have been treating your not knowing as pure loss, a deprivation, a problem. Rilke, in his greatest work, finished after 10 years of patient waiting, arrives instead at gratitude for exactly the human condition you are struggling against, the condition of being small and brief and unable to grasp the whole, and therefore uniquely able to love the passing things with a tenderness the all-knowing angels will never feel. Your uncertainty is the other face of your capacity for wonder. The two cannot be separated. To lose the not knowing would be to lose the wonder with it. Notice your breath, moving on its own, small and brief and precious. So the vastness you cannot comprehend, the reality too large for your understanding, need not only terrify you, it can also, as it finally did for Rilke, move you to a kind of quiet praise, a gratitude for being here at all, however briefly, however uncertainly, able to love the small passing world precisely because you and it are passing. Let the vastness be, tonight, not only terrible, but also beautiful. You are a small and temporary creature in an immensity you cannot grasp, and that is exactly what allows you to find this warm bed, this quiet dark, this single ordinary night, so quietly precious. Your smallness is the other face of your wonder. You cannot grasp the whole, and so you get to love the passing things. That is not a curse, it is the gift. Chapter 39, 10 years and then a month. Let us hold one chapter longer the astonishing arithmetic of Rilke's masterpiece, because there is something in those numbers that can settle a restless mind. 10 years of silence, and then, at the end, a single month in which it all came pouring out. 10 years of apparently nothing, and then weeks of everything. We tend to judge the silent years as wasted. That is the mind's habit. During a long wait, when nothing visible is happening, when the answer will not come and the work will not move and the question will not resolve, we feel we are failing, stalled, going nowhere, losing time. Rilke must have felt that too, at least on his darker days, through those 10 silent years. And yet, looking back, we can see the truth that he could not see from inside the silence. The silent years were not empty. They were the years in which the work was secretly ripening. Everything he lived through in that decade, the war, the losses, the moves, the ordinary days, was quietly feeding the poems that could not yet be written, deepening them, preparing the ground, so that when the hour finally came, what poured out was not thin but rich beyond anything he could have forced a decade earlier. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. If Rilke had somehow forced the Elegies to completion in 1912, in the year they began, they would have been lesser poems, the work of a younger and shallower man. They needed the 10 years. They needed everything that happened to him in the silence. The waiting was not the obstacle to the masterpiece. The waiting was part of how the masterpiece was made. And he could not have known that from inside it. From inside the silence, it only felt like failure, like abandonment, like a gift withdrawn. Only afterward could the shape be seen, the long, patient necessity of the wait. I think you can feel why this matters. Here, in the deep of your night, whatever you are waiting to know, whatever will not resolve, whatever silent season you are living through, you are inside it now. And from inside, it looks like nothing is happening, like you are stalled and failing and losing time. But you cannot see from in here what is quietly ripening. You cannot see how this very waiting, these very uncertain days may be feeding something in you, deepening you, preparing you for an hour you cannot yet imagine. The silence is not empty. It never is. It only looks empty from inside, while the real work goes on underground, out of sight, exactly as it did for Rilke through his 10 patient years. Let your shoulders drop, so you can lay down tonight the judgment that your waiting is wasted. It is not. This uncertain season, however long it has already lasted, however much longer it may last, is not lost time. It is ripening time. It is doing its slow work in you, whether or not you can feel it, exactly as Rilke's silent decade did its slow work in him. And one day, on some ordinary afternoon you cannot yet foresee, the hour will come, and you will find that the long wait was not the enemy of your answer, but the very making of it, and that you are ready for what arrives in a way you could never have been if it had come too soon. Notice your breath, moving on its own, unhurried, doing its quiet work. 10 years, and then a month. The silence, and then the flood. Trust the arithmetic of ripening things. Your silent season is not empty. It is full, underground, out of sight, of everything that is slowly getting ready to become your answer. Rest inside it now, the way a seed rests in winter earth, doing, in its stillness, the most important work there is. The waiting is not wasted, it is the ripening. What looks like an empty season is full, underground, of what is getting ready to become your answer. Chapter 40. The Young Man Years Later. Let us return now, in the quiet of the late night, to the young soldier we began with, Franz Xaver Capus, and to what became of him, because his story completes something we left open near the start. And its ending is gentle. You will remember that Capus wrote to Rilke asking whether his poems were any good, whether he should become a poet, begging really for a verdict on his life. And you will remember that Rilke, over 10 patient letters, never gave him that verdict, but instead kept turning him inward, kept telling him to stop asking others, and to ask himself only whether he must write, kept counselling patience, solitude, the loving of the questions. For years the correspondence went on, the young man reaching for answers, the older man gently declining to hand them over, offering instead a way of living without them. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. And here is how it resolved, and it is not the ending you might expect from a book called Letters to a Young Poet. Capus did not become a poet. Not really, not in the great way he had dreamed. He went into the army after all, served for years, and later became a writer of a more ordinary kind, a journalist, a writer of light fiction and screenplays, a working man of letters rather than an immortal. The verdict he had so desperately wanted, the confirmation that he was destined for poetic greatness, was never given. And in a sense, the answer life eventually returned to his question was no, not in the way you hoped. And yet Capus, looking back across his whole life, did not experience this as a tragedy or a failure. On the contrary, he came to feel that the letters Rilke wrote him, the refusal to give him a verdict, the patient turning of him back toward his own depths, had been one of the great gifts of his life, more valuable by far than any answer could have been. And it was Capus himself who, long after Rilke was dead, gathered those letters and gave them to the world, understanding that what he had received was not a career in poetry, but something better. An education in how to live, how to be patient, how to love the questions, how to be at peace inside an unresolved life. The young man who asked for a verdict got instead a wisdom, and he lived long enough to know he had gotten the better thing. Let your jaw soften. There is something quietly perfect in this. Capus asked the wrong question, will I be a great poet? And never got its answer, and it did not matter, because Rilke had given him the right thing all along, which was not the answer to his small question, but the capacity to live without answers at all. Capus spent his life believing, at first, that everything depended on getting the verdict, and he ended his life understanding that the verdict had never mattered, that what mattered was the way of being he had been taught in those letters, the patience, the inwardness, the love of the open question. The thing he thought he needed, he never got. The thing he actually needed, he was given in abundance. Notice your breath moving on its own. So consider, softly, that you may be exactly like the young soldier tonight, convinced that everything depends on getting the answer to your question. And perhaps the answer will come, and perhaps it will not, or perhaps it will come as a gentle no rather than the yes you are hoping for. And perhaps, like Capus, you will find, years from now, looking back, that the answer was never the point at all, that what these uncertain nights were really giving you was something better than any answer, a deepening, a patience, a capacity to be at peace inside a life you cannot control. The verdict you are waiting for may not be the gift. The waiting itself and who you become in it may be. The young man never got his verdict and found, in the end, he had been given something far better. So, perhaps, will you, chapter 41, the question he finally answered. There is one more turn in the story of Rilke and the young soldier, and it is the deepest one, and it belongs here in the softest part of the night, because it gathers up everything we have been saying and sets it down as gently as a hand smoothing a blanket. Rilke never answered the question Capus asked, but he did, across those 10 letters, answer a different question, one Capus had not even known to ask, and it was the only question that mattered. Capus had asked, "Am I good enough? Will I succeed? Tell me who I am." And underneath all his replies, Rilke was patiently answering a deeper question, the real one, which was something like, how does a person live when no one will tell them who they are or how it turns out? And Rilke's whole answer, spread across all those letters, was this: you go inward, you get quiet, you stop demanding verdicts from the outside, you learn to be alone with yourself without fear. You hold your questions with patience and even love. You trust the slow ripening of things. You do the work in front of you with your hands, and you let your life become its own answer, lived rather than solved. Feel the weight of your body where it rests as we set this down. That is the question Rilke finally answered. Not for Kappas only, but for everyone who has ever picked up those letters in the dark. Not, will my particular hope come true, but how do I live? At peace, inside the not knowing. And the answer he gave has outlasted every particular verdict that any of us ever waited for, because verdicts are temporary and the capacity to live without them is a treasure for a lifetime. The specific answers we wait for, when they finally come, solve one situation and then are gone, replaced by the next uncertainty. But the deeper thing Rilke taught, how to be at peace before the answer, how to love the open question, serves you in every uncertainty you will ever face for the rest of your life. It is the one answer that answers all the questions, because it is not an answer to any of them, but a way of being at rest among all of them. Let your shoulders drop, and that is the thing I most wanted to give you tonight, the real gift underneath all the stories, not the answer to your particular question. I do not have it, and neither does the darkness, and neither does anyone you could call, but something better, the same thing Rilke gave a frightened young soldier 100 years ago, a way to be at peace before your question is answered, a way to rest inside the not knowing, a way to lay down tonight the exhausting demand that you resolve your whole life before you are allowed to close your eyes, and to discover that peace was never on the far side of the answer at all, but here, on the near side of the question, available all along, the moment you stop pacing and let your hand fall open. Notice your breath moving on its own. That is the question Rilke finally answered, and it is the one I hope you carry out of this night into all the uncertain nights ahead. Not how do I get the answer, but how do I rest without it? And the answer to that one you now hold. You have been practicing it all night long, simply by lying here, letting the question stay open, letting yourself be at peace anyway. You already know how. You have been doing it for hours. The answer that answers everything is not an answer at all. It is the peace you can find before any answer comes. You hold it now. Chapter 42, The Letter You Would Write Yourself. If your mind has wandered off and come drifting back, that is fine, that is good, that is the night doing its work. And if you are still here, quietly awake, then this is the part I most wanted you to hear. So let us go gently. Imagine for a moment that you could receive a letter the way the young soldier did, from someone wise and kind who had lived a long time and understood the not knowing from the inside. Imagine it arrived tonight, addressed to you, meant for exactly this hour and this question. What would it say? By now, having spent this whole night together, you already know, because you could almost write it yourself. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. It would say, first, be patient toward all that is unresolved in your heart tonight. It would say, you do not have to solve your life before morning, and no one ever has, and the demand that you do is the only thing actually keeping you awake. It would say, the question you are carrying is not an emergency, even though it feels like one at this hour, because the darkness makes everything feel larger and closer than it is. It would say you are not failing for not knowing. Not knowing is simply where every human being lives all the time, and the wise ones have learned to be at peace there, and so, slowly, can you. It would remind you of the panther, and how the bars multiply only when you pace, and how the great will at the centre of you is not gone but only tired, and needs, tonight, not to fight, but to rest. It would remind you of the tree that does not force its sap, of the fruit that ripens in its own time, of the 10 silent years that were not empty, but full of secret ripening. It would remind you of Keats dying, who never saw that his questions had already been answered generously in his favour, and of Capus, who never got his verdict and found something better, and of Tolstoy, who outlived the largest question there is without ever solving it. It would tell you that you are in good company, the oldest and kindest company there is, the company of everyone who ever lay awake not knowing, and lived, and even, in time, found peace. Let your jaw soften, and then, at the end, the letter would say the gentlest thing of all. It would say, "You may close your eyes now. There is nothing more required of you tonight. The question will keep until morning." The answer is ripening in the dark on its own schedule and does not need your supervision. The people you love are free and unknowable and loved across the mystery, and that is as it should be. The outcome is not yours to hold, and never was, and you are allowed, finally, to set it down. Rest now. You have done enough. You have carried this far enough for one night. Let it go just until morning and sleep. Notice your breath, moving on its own, soft and slow. You do not need the letter to arrive, because you already carry everything in it. You have gathered it, piece by piece, all through this night, from a poet and a soldier and a sculptor and a dying young Englishman and a Russian who hid the rope and a gentle exiled monk and a slave who became a sage. It is all in you now, and when the not knowing rises again on some other night, you can write yourself this letter in your own quiet voice, and it will say what it says tonight. Be patient. Be gentle. You do not have to know. You are allowed to rest. You already carry the whole of the letter. Be patient. Be gentle. You do not have to know. You are allowed now to rest. Chapter 43. The bars begin to thin. Let us go back one last time to the panther, as I promised you at the very start of the night. We left the great cat pacing behind its bars, 1,000 bars, and behind them no world, its will standing numbed at the centre. And I told you that when we returned, something about the bars would have changed. Here, now, is the change. Feel the weight of your body where it rests, and let this come slowly. The bars of the panther's cage were made of iron. Yours are not. That is the whole secret, and we have spent the night uncovering it. The thing that has kept you pacing is not the not knowing itself. The not knowing is only open air. The bars are made of something else, something you have been holding up with your own hands without realizing it. The bars are the demand, the insistence that you must know before you can rest. The belief that peace is on the far side of the answer and nowhere else. Those are the bars. And they are not iron, they are a thought. And a thought can be set down. All night we have been loosening your grip on that one thought, finger by finger. We loosened it with Rilke, who said, "Love the questions instead of forcing them." With Keats, who called the holding of uncertainty a mark of greatness rather than a failure. With Epictetus, who showed you that the outcome was never yours to hold. With Marcus, who brought you back to the 1 hour you actually have. With the tree that does not force its sap, and the 10 silent years that were secretly full, and the young soldier who never got his verdict and found something better. Each of these was a finger gently unbending from around the bar of the demand. Let your shoulders drop, and as the grip loosens, watch what happens to the cage. The bars begin to thin, not because the question was answered. It was not. You still do not know how things turn out, and you will not know tonight. But the cage was never really the not knowing. The cage was the demand to know, and as that demand softens, as your hand falls open, as you stop insisting that you cannot rest until you are certain, the bars grow faint and fainter, until you can see past where they were, the wide, dark world that was always there, the world the pacing had made you forget. There is so much more than the question. There is this warm room, this quiet night, this breathing body, this whole vast life, only a small part of which is uncertain, the rest of it here and real and well. Notice your breath moving on its own. The panther could not do this in Rilke's poem because a panther cannot set down a thought, but you can. You are not really the caged animal. You are the one who can see that the bars are made of a demand and can choose gently to stop holding them up. And the moment you do, the moment you truly let the demand fall, the cage is simply gone, and there was never anything holding you but your own tired grip, and you are free. And you were always free, and the freedom was only ever one loosened thought away. The bars were never iron. They were the demand to know. Loosen it, and the cage grows faint, and the wide night opens all around you. Chapter 44, The Panther Later. So let us see the panther one last time, later, in the quiet after the pacing has stopped. The great cat has lain down. The circling is over. Its will that stood numbed at the center of all that endless walking is not numbed anymore. It is only resting now, whole and unhurried, the way great strength rests when it has finally stopped fighting what it cannot change. The bars have not been broken. No one broke them. They simply stopped mattering because the animal stopped pressing against them, and a bar you are not pressing against is barely a bar at all. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. This is you now in the late quiet of the night. You have stopped pacing. The question is still there, somewhere, but you are no longer walking yourself ragged in front of it. Your own strength, The great will at the center of you is not gone and never was. It was only tired, only stunned by too many nights of circling, and now it can rest, whole, gathered, waiting patiently for the morning, when it will rise and carry you into the next real day, the next real step, the slow, patient work by which your life actually moves forward. None of which happens here, in the dark, in the pacing, but there, in the light, in the living. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands lie open and still. The panther later is not a defeated animal. It is a resting one. There is a great difference. It has not given up. It has simply stopped spending its strength on the bars and turned instead toward rest, toward the gathering of itself, toward the patience that waits for a real opening, rather than throwing itself against an imagined one. That is not surrender. That is wisdom. That is the great will learning, at last, to lie down. Notice your breath, moving on its own, slow now and deep. You have paced enough these many nights. Tonight the pacing is done. Lie down, like the panther, at the center of your own quiet strength. The bars do not matter now. You are not pressing against them. There is only the warm dark and your breathing, and the whole patient animal of you, resting, gathering, at peace before the answer, which is exactly where peace has always lived. The panther is resting now. So are you. The pacing is over. Lie down at the center of your own quiet strength. Chapter 45, The Room at Rest. The room is very quiet now. The same room where, hours ago, the only thing moving was your mind. Notice how still it has become. Nothing is pacing. Nothing is demanding. The question that filled the whole room when we began has shrunk back to its true size. One small, unfinished thing among the many, no longer the whole world, only a part of a wide and mostly peaceful life. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Heavier now, sinking. Here is the truest thing I know, and I will say it plainly, once. And let it settle over you like a blanket. You were never kept awake by what you could not answer. You were kept awake only by the belief that you were not allowed to rest until you had. That belief is what we loosen tonight, gently, together. And with it loosened, the not knowing becomes what it always secretly was, not an emergency, not a wound, but simply the open, unfinished, ordinary condition of a life still being lived. You can rest inside it. You were always able to rest inside it. No one told you that you could, so you spent your nights pacing. I am telling you now, you can. Let your shoulders drop all the way down. Rilke lived to only 51. He died in the winter of 1926 of a hard illness in a clinic in Switzerland, not far from the little tower where the great poems had finally come. He did not get all his answers either. No one does. But he had learnt, and he had shown a frightened young soldier, and through him he has shown us how to live at peace inside the questions, how to love them, how to be gently at rest in an unfinished life. That is what he left. Not answers, something better. A way to lie down in the dark, not knowing, and be at peace. Notice your breath, moving on its own, soft and unhurried. The room is at rest. You are at rest. The question can keep until morning. There is nothing more you need to solve tonight, nothing more you need to know, nothing more required of you at all. Only this. Only the warm dark and the weight of your body and your breath moving on its own, and the deep, quiet permission at last to rest. You were never kept awake by what you could not answer, only by believing you could not rest until you had. Rest now. You can. Chapter 46. What you can set down tonight. There is so little left to do now, only a setting down. Set down the question. It will keep. It is not going anywhere, and neither are you, and the morning will hold it as well as the night, better in the light, with your strength returned. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Set down the demand to know. You have carried it long enough. It never bought you anything, not safety, not certainty, not sleep. Let it fall from your open hand. Set down the future. It is not yours to hold tonight. It was never yours to hold. Let it be the future, out there, unwritten, and let it come when it comes, and let you meet it then, not now. Set down the people you love, gently, into their own freedom. You cannot know them all the way, or predict them, or resolve them, and you were never meant to. Love them across the mystery, and let them rest, and rest yourself. Let your jaw soften. Set down the pacing. The panther is lying down, your own great strength is resting, whole at the center of you, waiting for the morning. Set down, even, the trying to sleep. Let that go too. You do not have to make sleep come. You have only to lie here, open, at peace, and let it arrive on its own, the way it always has, the way your breath arrives, without your managing it. Notice your breath, moving on its own. There is nothing left in your hands now. You have set it all down, softly, on the floor beside the bed, where it will wait, patient and quiet, until the morning. And your hands are open and empty and light, and there is only the warm dark and the weight of you sinking into it, and the slow tide of your breath. Everything can be set down now. Your hands are open and empty. There is nothing left to carry into sleep. Chapter 47. The questions you will live into. You will wake tomorrow, and the question may still be there. That is all right. You do not have to solve it tomorrow either. You have only to live it. One more gentle day, and then the next, and the next. The way Rilke lived his, the way everyone who ever found peace has lived theirs. Feel the weight of your body where it rests, nearly asleep. And somewhere along the way, on some ordinary afternoon you cannot foresee, you will notice that you are no longer asking. Not because you forced an answer, but because you lived your way into one, quietly, without a single moment you could point to, the way you grew, the way a season turned, the way the sap rose in the patient tree. The answer will have come to meet you from the far side in its own good time, and you will hardly remember how the question once burned. Let your shoulders drop. Live the questions now, Rilke said. Perhaps you will then gradually, without noticing, live along some distant day into the answer. That distant day is coming. It is already on its way to meet you. You do not have to reach for it. You have only to keep living, gently, patiently, toward it, and it will arrive, as everything arrives, in time. Notice your breath, moving on its own, slow and deep and easy. But that is all for the morning and the mornings after, not now. Now there is only the night and the warm dark and the rest you have earned and the whole patient animal of you lying down at last, at peace before the answer, which is exactly where peace has always lived. The questions will be lived into in time on their own. Tonight there is only rest. Chapter 48, Sleep. There is nothing more to say now, and nothing more to do. The room is quiet. The question is set down on the floor beside the bed, waiting for the morning. Your hands are open and empty. The pacing is over. The panther is asleep. Feel the weight of your body, heavy and warm, held by the bed, held by the dark. You do not have to know how anything turns out, not tonight. You are patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart. You love the questions, or you are learning to, which is enough. You are at peace before the answer, which is where peace has always lived. Let your breath move on its own, slow and deep and easy. There is nothing required of you now, nothing to solve, nothing to hold, nothing to know. Only the warm dark, only your breath, only rest. Sleep now,